All right. So, hello everybody. I'm Keanu. Welcome to DQ8. We're going to be playing on the PS2 version today, and hopefully we make it to the end. As many people know in the Dragon Quest realm, DQ8 is a very volatile game in terms of how bad RNG can be, so hopefully we make it to the end. I do have a lot of really cool things to show off. There's been a lot of new developments in the speedrun over the last 2 or 3 months. New stuff has been found, and I really look forward to being able to showcase them. With me today on commentary is Madam Flutter. She's another DQ8 runner who runs a little bit here and there. So she's going to be tagging along with me for a majority of the run.
Hello.
And yeah, we're gonna just go ahead, make sure I get chat pulled up here really quick. Oops. And we're gonna go ahead and get started. Alright, so timing for DQ8 starts on name confirmation, so we're gonna go ahead and put in Alright. So this, on save confirmation, this timer starts, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Because of the validity of the route, I am going to be doing a couple of things that are overly safe. Things that I wouldn't normally do if I was doing PB attempts, obviously. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna look, the run's gonna look very normal, and I say that sparingly. It's gonna look pretty average from what you're used to seeing from DQ8 runs from the last time that I showcased this. I believe it was 2020. It's going to look pretty similar all the way up until about the 5 hour and 15 minute mark. So the first 5 hours of the game is going to be pretty standard from what you're used to. And then things are going to go out of order. And then there's going to be a lot of chaos. And then things are going to get back on track. But yeah, the DQ8 run has seen a lot of changes over the last 6 or 7 months. A new world record was set on the PS2 version. There was some modifications to the route, and a Japanese runner. I am kind of going blank on the name. But he came in and he took over, basically, he converted the route back to the old Three Kings route and broke the world record that had been standing for like 2.5, 3 years almost. And a lot of really cool people all of a sudden came into the community, and a couple of people by the name of Penta and Frick, a couple of good friends of mine. They started digging into some things, and they found some really interesting glitches that we could perform on the NA version. Things that we didn't think were possible before. So in the intro here, we get introduced to our hero, the guy that looks like Gohan, that beautiful man on the left named Yangus, and the Green Goblin Trode. And in any typical Dragon Quest game, the very first fight is always against a couple of slimes. So we must vanquish the enemies. A very nice crit to start the game. So go ahead, sit back, relax, get comfortable, get yourself something to drink, maybe a snack or three. It's going to be a long run. If all goes according to plan, I allotted myself in my time frames enough time where theoretically, if everything goes wrong, I should still be able to do the true ending of the game instead of just the any % run. When I did make this submission, this was prior to the discovery of some of the glitches that I'm going to show off. So with those, I should have even more extra time to get to the true ending. But then again, it is DQ8, and if it can go wrong, it will. So we're gonna hope for the best. The runner who took over the long-standing world record was Ashikawa-san. He's a DQ8, he's a Dragon Warrior runner. He also does a lot of the JP version of DQ8 for PS2. And he was the one that adopted the King route, readopted the King route with some modifications, and proved to be quite substantially faster than the old route. But, like I said, very, very shortly afterwards, we're on a brand new route again with a lot of new exploits and stuff like that. If I remember correctly, Flutter, I don't think you've seen the new stuff too much.
I've seen it a little bit here and there, but I have a good idea what's going on. It's actually kind of amazing, because the route for Dragon Quest VIII was pretty stagnant for the last, like, 2 years. And over the course of 3 months earlier this year, it changed drastically twice.
It has made for a lot of new exciting. It's made running DQ8 again exciting.
Yeah.
Hope for the best and expect DQ8. That's like the most accurate statement.
Yeah, unfortunately, even with the new route changes, there's some things in this game that are still very susceptible to RNG. A few of them aren't as bad as they used to be, but there's some stuff that's still kind of not great.
So the early game is pretty slow. First 13 or so minutes is just a lot of hitting early game story triggers, collecting a few items that are in my path that aren't too far out of the way to get. Like that antidotal herb that I picked up inside the bar. There's another pot just outside this door that is in the way. That'll have a medicinal herb in it. Like any DQ game, early game healing is super, super important. So any opportunity that I can get to grab a medicinal herb or something like that in my path, I will take.
Yeah, most of the items that Keanu is picking up here are either healing items for healing or to sell them. Gold is very tight in this game. And unfortunately, if you die in this game, you lose half your gold. The run isn't completely unrecoverable if you do die at any point. It's just really rough on your gold count. And we really want as much gold as we can get, especially this early on.
The only times that gold can really shut down your run is if the very first gatekeeper boss in Calamari, if you die to him twice, it's pretty much it's a pretty much dead run. It's very difficult to recover from that without going out into the overworld and grinding gold from encounters.
Yeah.
So we're gonna try to do everything in our power to not die multiple times to Calamari. Obviously the goal is to not die at all, but that fight is... It seems like it's the most simple fight in the game, but it actually requires the most decision making that you can do in any portion of the run. You have to be able to make good decisions for that fight in order to survive it with a relatively fast time. And a lot of new runners get to that Calamari fight and they struggle really, really hard with it. Because there's no good way to teach you, there's no good way to learn how to do that fight without just doing the fight a lot. And it's not a fight you want to do. But like I said, we'll get to that part about hour 15-minute mark.
Yeah, right now, with the story triggers Keanu's hitting, we came to the city of Fairbury to Trode, the little green goblin man. We are looking for someone, a powerful wizard, who Trode hopes that they can find some way to turn him, make him not a green goblin man. And we're not having much luck doing so. And in turn, after getting chased out of the city, this woman here by the name of Valentina tells us that she can help us. We just need to do a little request for her first. The request is to find a crystal ball for her dad, because her dad currently uses a glass ball. And here she's telling us where we can find one, and it's located in the waterfall cave due west of town.
That I suppose.
If all goes according to plan, and I can get to the end game, and we have enough time to do true ending, it should be about 13 to 13 and a half hours. So a nice, long, comfy run. But it could be faster. Hopefully it's not longer. But we'll get there nonetheless. So in terms of gameplay mechanics, something that you'll notice a lot of the time when I'm running, or when I'm moving, you'll notice that the camera is at this very weird angle. It's a quirk with PS2 games made by the developers Level 5. I don't know the specific details. I'm not like super polished on exactly what's going on, but it has something to do with vectors and how the game calculates movement. But basically, if you hold the camera at a 45-degree angle and run at an opposite 45-degree angle, you move at about 43% faster speed than if you're just running in a straight line forward. There's going to be a very specific part in the game where I'm going to be having to run through a giant pool of poison. And the way that the poison pools work, it's not about the number of steps you take, it's about the amount of distance that you travel that forces the ticks to occur. And you can audibly, with that pool, you can audibly hear the difference between the running. And so I will try to make sure to show that off, so that everybody can get a visual of it.
Yeah, like he said, this kind of movement's actually pretty common in, let's say, a Crash Bandicoot speedrun, where runners are constantly trying to move up to 45 or at an angle because you just move faster. It can be a little disorienting to watch because you can't actually look where you're going. Thankfully, this game on the overworld has a lot of dirt roads that actually make navigating quite easy. And the compass does help a lot. Here, Keanu, you saw him run around in a circle real quick around 3 trees right at the outside of Fairbury. It's because those 3 trees are actually considered a forest biome, meaning they have their own special set of encounters. And we're looking for an encounter that we want to level up once before we fight one of the overworld enemies that we're gonna run to now. And we're looking for something that'll give us a lot of XP, but not something that'll kill us. And thankfully we found something that wasn't too bad.
That's the second time Heroes crit this run. That's gotta be good sign, right?
I believe.
But yeah, the goal here is to acquire 14 total experience points. At 14 total experience points, Hero has 17 total for the run, if that's including the 3 that you get from the very first forced fight. Level 17, or 17 experience gives Hero level 2. At Hero level 2, he has just enough HP that he can possibly survive 2 attacks from this guy. His name's One Night Stand. I love the names of the rare marks in this game. They're absolutely hilarious. But, we're just fighting some encounters until we get there to try and, you know, just give ourselves as much of a surviving chance as possible. With One Night Stand has 2 attacks. He has he has 3 different actions that he can do. He has basic attack, flying attack, and then he can heal himself. Basic attack has a max damage range of 11. Flying attack has a max range of 13. So in theory, if Hero gets hit with 2 max flying attacks at max damage, he could die. So ideally what you want to see in this fight is you want to see the same character get hit twice, and then they split damage. So Hero got hit. I want to see Hero get hit again, and he didn't, which kind of sucks. It just optimizes your herbs, makes your herbs your herb count a little better. The goal here is to get Yangus to tension level 50, and then send an attack his way.
Yeah, and tension is a mechanic in DQ8 that actually multiplies your damage. 5 tension is 1.7 damage, 20 is 3 times damage, and 50 is 5 times. And later in the game, you can tension up to 100, which is 7.5 times damage. It's a mechanic that we're going to utilize a lot throughout this run, especially when we're fighting some of the later bosses.
Cryptic, there is no RNG manipulation or step count, unfortunately. I really wish there was at least a step count, but there is not. So yeah, that was One Night Stand. That was actually a really good fight. Unfortunately, because of the way that One Night Stand split damage, the 50 tension attack was a damage roll, and whether or not it was going to kill or not. And luckily, Yangus rolled mega high. But we got a copper monster coin from it, which is really nice. Because of the gold situation, like I said, like Flutter said, we need as much gold as possible. And that coin sells for 200 gold. But that 200 gold isn't enough, so we're going to sell off a lot of our equipment and a lot of the stuff that we went and picked up. We're just going to get rid of everything except the holy water. And this lets us buy 9 healing items for Yangus. put 2 more healing items on Hero. And we have 2 extra gold coins that we actually need, which is really nice. Now we can head up here.
So all that gold Keanu spent gets spent on all those herbs and a boomerang for Hero. Boomerangs are kind of not great for Hero for bosses, but for dealing with random encounters, they are amazing. The biggest downside to boomerangs is... Okay, so the biggest upside to boomerangs is that they hit everything. The downside to boomerangs is that the damage falls off when they, as it combs through enemies, and you can't crit with boomerangs. Thankfully, when dealing with random encounters, we don't really care about either.
Yeah, the boomerang has such a high base damage value that early game it just cuts through everything. So it's gonna make getting through the next few encounters pretty easy. Also, when we get to the first boss, Geyser, Hero's gonna be the main damage dealer, and he's gonna be doing, I would probably say, somewhere around 80 to 85% of the total damage required. So now that we're at level 3 and we're healed up, we have some MP under our belts. We're gonna do the exact same thing that we just did. We're gonna force an encounter inside the forest. This is just, we need experience. We need to be at a certain experience value prior to fighting Geyser. So I'm just going to be taking every single encounter that there is.
There is a 3DS version of this game. If you have not played this game, I highly recommend the 3DS version. It has a lot of quality of life improvements over the PS2 version. And expanded story. As for differences, the run for the 3DS run for this game looks a lot different than the PS2 version. The biggest difference, in my opinion, for the 3DS version compared to the PS2 version is that they completely removed random encounters in the 3DS version. All enemies are located on the overworld, and it makes grinding metal slimes on the in the 3DS version so much less of a headache.
It also shortens the run down substantially because it has the fast forward button.
So yeah, Keanu is just... We're going to be fighting encounters on our way to the Waterfall Cave. We're actually going to fight One Night Stand again. These overworld encounters respawn if you leave the overworld, and you can kill them again, but you don't get the copper coin. The copper, silver, and gold coins you get from these things is a one-time reward. But we can kill it again for a really quick, good amount of XP. And the second time we fight it, we're just gonna tension Hero up, defend and heal with Yangus, and then Hero will one-shot it with the Boomerang. It's actually interesting in this run to see Yangus go from your main damage source to Hero, and then back to Yangus. And then back to Hero again, kind of, afterwards. There's a very interesting push and pull for who you're mostly relying on to do your damage early on.
Yeah, Cryptic, that'd probably be about the only thing that I would say is overall better about the PS2 version vice the 3DS version, is that you get the orchestral soundtrack with the PS2, and you get the MIDI soundtrack with the 3DS. But if you can get past that, some of the voice actors too in the 3DS version, just because I grew up on the PS2 version, they couldn't get all the same voice actors back for it, so it just doesn't sound right to me. But 110% the 3DS version is the far superior casual experience. So same thing as before, though. We're just gonna plow through all of these random encounters as quick as we can as we make our way down to try and find this crystal ball. As we're going, I'm tracking how much experience I'm gaining per fight, and what we're looking to achieve is we're looking to have a total experience point value on Hero of 203. After this fight of 17 experience points, we're currently sitting at 119 experience total. We're also just going to grab up a couple of items that are along the way, since they're right here. Do a quick equipment swap. This is just to balance out the defense of both characters. Make sure everybody's nice and topped up before we continue down.
Yeah, and right now Hero does have healed the spell, but we're actually going to save the Hero's MP for one of two things. One of them is when Hero gets to level 5, he'll learn evac, which is what we want to use. 6?
Yeah, it's level 6.
When he gets to 6, excuse me, he'll learn evac, which we want to use to which lets you exit a dungeon no matter where you are in it, which is what we want to hit after we fight the boss located here in the waterfall cave. The other thing is there's a chance we can get poisoned down here, and if we can and Hero does have Squelch to cure poison, but he can only cast it once.
Unfortunately, Hero's in a dancing kind of mood today. He also is under damaging, which is kind of sad. Oh my gosh. So,
Wow.
So what, with the way that the encounters drop tables work, monsters have a random chance to drop either a common drop or a rare drop. And these dancing devils have a 1 in 512 chance to give you a pair of boxer shorts, which doesn't seem like much, but it's the best armor that Yangus is going to have on him until the 2-hour mark, almost. So getting one of them is like really nice. My healing is not great for this. gonna fight the Hammerhood. This
Hammerhood doesn't...
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Hammerhood is kind of supposed to be really free XP, because what you want to see it do is just psych up and then miss. It has a very high chance to just whiff its attack.
Like that.
As you see there. But sometimes you get unlucky and he just really doesn't like you. And if any of those attacks land while he's psyched up, like that one, they hurt. They hurt a lot.
Yeah. But it's 22 experience points. For some reason, this one particular Hammerhood gives 22 experience points, but in the overworld, you'll eventually end up running into Hammerhoods, like, just naturally, but they only give 21. And I'm really, really unsure as to why there's an experience point value difference between the two enemies. But hey, I'll take the 1 extra experience. It doesn't sound like much, but I can't tell you how many times I've gotten to the bottom of the cave, gotten to the boss fight, and been 1 experience point short, and had to force an encounter. It's never fun.
So Yangus leveled up there. Something to touch on real quick is the skill tree in this game. A big issue with the skill tree in this game that they corrected in the 3DS version of this game is that you don't actually know what you're getting when you put skill points into stuff. Unless you look it up online. Which again, they corrected in the 3DS version to actually show you what you're investing your points into. The biggest issue with that is that you only have a finite amount of skill points in this game. Eventually, you just stop getting skill points, but that's not for a long time. So you can't have 99 in every, or 100. You can't have 100 skill points in everything. For the run, everyone, all 4 characters are gonna have 2, with the exception of Jessica, 2 major skill trees that we put their points into. For right now, for Hero and Yangus, Hero is we're gonna dump everything into spears, and then eventually we'll dump everything into courage. And then Yangus, we're gonna dump everything into axes, split between his fists. Typically, each character has 2 really good skill trees and 2 really not good skill trees. Which is why we kind of split them between, split the skill point distribution between 2 different things.
All right. Only having 4 herbs for Yangus is kind of sucky for this fight, but we're gonna go for it. Geyser is a scripted fight in terms of what his actions are gonna be. He's always gonna follow the same turn orders. He's going to, and there's oop, I hit triangle again. Oops. So we're gonna kind of abuse that turn order, and hopefully this goes well. If Geyser doesn't want to cooperate, it's going to force me to use a lot of healing that I don't have. So I kind of need
just a note.
Oh, sorry.
Just a note, even though we know what his exact attack pattern is going to be, it doesn't actually make this fight free. If he gives you bad damage rolls and you have bad healing rolls, in combination with him just hitting the wrong targets, you can still very easily die to Geyser.
Okay, that's a good target. Ideally, I want Geyser to go first and tail strike Yangus.
So
Perfect.
Geyser's attack pattern is he starts the fight with a curse, which Hero is immune to. Yangus has a 25% chance, is it? To break
it?
the curse?
Yeah, it's about 25%.
Yeah. And then he follows up with a claw attack, a tail attack, another curse, a Sizz magic attack, another tail attack, and then he repeats from there. So the strat for this fight is run attention hero to 50, heal and defend with Yangus as needed, and then just a basic attack him down from there. It's a very simple fight, but like I said, just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy.
Luckily, Geyser's cooperating. He's attacking the correct characters.
Yeah,
Yangus isn't
something
breaking
to note-
curses. I'm sorry. Yeah, Yangus isn't breaking curses, but it's fine as long as the targets are correct.
No, we can't. You can't tension to 100 yet. I believe the first point you can tension to 100 is after you defeat Dual Magus.
Yes. Level 30.
So something to note with tension is that tension multiplies your. It not only multiplies your damage, but it also multiplies your healing and your defending. Good Kaishin.
That was a very needed crit,
And he broke the curse.
which gave me a
Nice.
chance to defend with him, which guarantees that I don't die. That was a solid fight.
Yeah, really pulled it out at the end. But yeah, tension not only increases your damage, but it also multiplies your defending and healing. So unfortunately, we can't actually defend with Hero while he's tensioning up, or else he'll lose the tension even if he doesn't get hit. We can still throw herbs because herbs are fixed healing, meaning tension won't affect the healing they do. We just can't defend with him. And that'll be relevant for the next boss, for the next major boss in this game. Where we're gonna be doing the same strat, except instead of tensioning with Hero, we'll be tensioning with Yangus. And we can't have Yangus defend while he's tensioning, or else we just lose all the tension.
Never a good feeling whenever you're forced to tension defend to save a life.
Yeah.
The early game of
Yeah.
this game is brutal in terms of resetting. The number of times that I have reset in this game, and I've been running this game since 2018. The number of times that I have reset this game in the first 3.5 to 4 hours of this 12-hour run is god awful.
Yeah, so something some casual people may run into when playing this game is that you'll quickly find that the bosses in this game are extremely overtuned, which kind of forces us to grind. And it isn't just like 12 hours of just go. Because how strong bosses are in this game, we're forced to stop and grind at some point.
It's not even a matter of how strong the bosses are. The biggest issue with this run is the money. Not having the correct equipment to play defense against some of these bosses. You're just the easiest way to do things is to have more HP than you need. And so that's what we're gonna do. Very few casual runners or very few casual players of this game, I think, have ever even bothered to try and attempt to fight the final boss, Rapthorn. Anything less than level 40. if we're level
Yeah.
33 or 34, we're
I'm
over leveled in terms of the speed run.
I
Like, we're severely underleveled. We go from Dual Magus, where we're level 30 approximately, to the end of the game, Rapthorn at level like 34. We do very little level progression at that point. DQ11 is
Yeah.
actually is arguably the easiest Dragon Quest game, easily the easiest Dragon Quest game in the series.
And this. So. What?
Yeah, I agree that Dual Magus is a pretty bad wall for players playing this game for the first time.
I think what it ends up being is a lot of people, at least me when I was young, I played the game and thought Dual Magus was the last boss. I thought he was the end all. This is, you know, final boss. Oh man, I made it to the final boss. Not realizing that I was like level 30 fighting what I thought was the final boss, and I knew that the game's level cap was 100. Multi-heal is 30 on Angelo.
Yeah, thankfully this route will have multi-heal for Dual Magus. If we were doing this run 2-ish months ago, we would be doing a route that actually didn't have multi-heal for Angelo fighting Dual Magus, and it is really, really rough.
Obviously, there's pros and cons to each run, to each route. The route that we're talking about is the route that Ashikawa used to obtain the new world record. We basically label the routes for DQ8 based on how you do your experience point grinds. So his is the 3 King grind, where he goes to the Ruined Abbey and kills 45 regular metal slimes. He goes to Trodain, kills 5 liquid metal slimes, and then he does a side quest, part of a side quest, to gain access to a place called the Dragon Graveyard, where it's the first place that you can find king metal slimes, and he kills 3 of them there. The only problem with this route is like Flutter said, you're forced to do Dual Magus at level 28. It's faster overall, we think, just because of how little time you have to spend trying to get certain encounters to spawn. Because grinding liquid metal slimes in Trodain is really, really rough. But it makes the mid-game bosses more scary, the late-game bosses easier. With the route that I've always been used to running was the 10 liquid metal slime grind, where we would do 45 regular slimes in the Ruined Abbey, and then we would try to grind out 10 liquid metal slimes in Trodain. Doing it this way would allow us to, after we fight the Great Argon Lizard, we would have level 30 on Angela, which makes all the mid-game bosses a lot safer. But late game is suffering because we won't have access to this Kazing speed. So, like, you have your pros and your cons, you have your goods and your bads. With this route that I'm doing now, I don't want to really spoil it. So,
Yeah.
we'll just leave it as a, you guys will see here soon.
Yeah, and with the 3 Kings route, that was pioneered and messed around with a few months ago. That route, instead of putting points into heroes' spears, would actually put points into heroes' swords and get Metal Slash on him, which Metal Slash is actually really, really good for grinding the baby metal slimes in this game, and we get it on both Hero and Angelo. The really nice thing about that sword route is that it made the baby metal slime grind a lot more consistent.
The only thing that I really didn't like about that route, though, is just how much you suffered mid-game. Being behind on Angelo's skill points made it so that you didn't have access to oomph for the Evil Jessica fight, and that Evil Jessica fight just takes ages longer without that skill.
Yeah, both routes have pros and cons to them. It's kind of a pick your poison thing, which one you prefer doing, but in terms of speed, this current route is the fastest.
It's bangers and mash.
Yeah, so fun thing, it's actually faster to attempt to flee from bangers and mash than it is to try to attack them.
Hey, if anybody's beating up those kids, it's Grandma. She's a G. She punches a metal pot on the top of that kid's head, and he's the one that hurts.
So we're just doing some more gold and inventory management here. We're going to be we're going to be hitting a few more story triggers here in Alexandria, and then going to the biggest meme dungeon in this game, Alexandria Tower. The dev team really, really, really liked this tower because for whatever reason, they make you climb it not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. And we're about to climb it one of 3.
Right? Granny is a level 50 fighter. Punched the kid in the top of the head while he was wearing a metal pot. Kid starts crying. Grandma's fist is completely unscathed. So again, same thing is kind of like in Fairbury. We're just grabbing stuff that's kind of in the way as we get to our next story trigger. We get to be Munchie for a couple of minutes and explore the loft in Jessica's room. For some reason, people are like always mildly impressed with the fact that whenever you get to try and get up this desk to get the note, that like I don't fall off the broom, which confuses me because this doesn't seem like it's that difficult to do. But maybe it's just because I've done it so many times, why I'm good at it. I remember when I did this run in 2020, everybody was like, oh my gosh, how did you not fall off that? I always fall off that. Just like, I don't know, I just ran up the stick.
Yeah, and fun thing about Munchie, Munchie actually does move faster with diagonal movement in this game. As well, which is kind of hilarious. I don't know why, but it's really funny to me that he moves faster when you run on a diagonal too. So yeah, so we invaded Jessica's room with Munchie, and we found a letter from Jessica that basically reads as her last will. where she's telling her family that she's leaving Alexandria to try and find the killer of her brother, Alistair.
Yes.
And she doesn't know if she'll come back, but Jessica's main goal in this game is to avenge her brother's death. And then we show this letter to Bangers and Mash, and they're extremely worried and concerned for her, so they're going to make us climb Alexandria Tower to find her. Because that's where she said that the last place she was going in her letter.
So it seems kind of dumb. I purchased 3 Chimera Wings, and I'm using one of the Chimera Wings to go to the town that I'm currently in. I'm only doing it because it's faster to use the Chimera Wing than it is to run back through town to the exit of the town. And because I have an excess amount of gold whenever I'm doing that shop at that point, it's more beneficial to just go ahead and buy it then and use it.
Yeah, and Keanu used another holy water there. Holy waters serve one of 2 purposes for this run. The first purpose is that they act as repels for weaker enemies to try and lessen the amount of encounters you get. The other purpose is that they actually do damage to enemies if you use them in an encounter. And they do very little damage, but they are quintessential to us grinding in this game, because they're guaranteed to do damage no matter what. And when you're fighting an enemy that has max defense but very little HP, guaranteeing 1 damage on them is actually insanely huge. But a little bit more on that when we actually get to where it matters.
Go on.
So there's 2 ways to get through this door. You can either walk up to the door and try and interact with it, or you can just talk to Bangers. So it looks like I didn't do anything, but the entire time that Bangers was talking to me the first time, I was holding up left and mashing X. Because I did that, I was able to first frame talking to Bangers whenever I gained control. So it was a nice seamless transition there. Also, movement in this dungeon area is kind of tight. While I have the holy water on, encounters are scripted to occur after a certain number of steps for the most part, at least the first one. So I'm going to abuse that to try and skip some encounters. And basically right before I'm getting an encounter, I'll just be doing some like random stuff, like going in and out of this door. This just resets my step. It resets my steps to let me skip an encounter.
Yeah, it's really helpful for Alexandria Tower, because enemies in this game only progressively get worse and worse as you transition between areas. And there are some encounters that are very, very scary here in Alexandria Tower that we want to avoid at all possible costs.
Real quick. Somebody probably just noticed that right after I unlocked the door, I ran really close to that ladder, and you saw me go into first person mode. If on the PS2 version, if you hit the R2 button on your PS2 controller, you can enter first person mode and look around. Whenever you enter and exit first person mode in this, your collision with certain objects kind of doesn't work for a few seconds. So because of that, you can, whenever I got close to that ledge to go down the ladder, that trigger to actually touch the ladder gets overridden by that few seconds of coming out of first person mode. So you just kind of fall to the floor. Kind of nice. Saves a couple of seconds. And it's just fun
like
to
I
look
said, Well, like I said, there are some encounters we really don't want to fight here, but we still need XP, so if we see something like this, a bunch of heal slimes that are fairly non-threatening, Keanu will actually fight them for XP.
The only thing about the heal slimes, you have to tension hero to 20 and attack, because if you start just throwing the axe around, or if you start throwing the boomerang around, there's a high chance that you're not going to do enough damage to kill him in one turn, and the heal slimes are programmed at 50% HP to just start spamming heal. So they'll just end up continuously healing themselves back up. So you have to be able to kill them in one attack, which is why you tension to 20. We're just collecting a few more items here. My holy water just ran out, which is actually kind of good because I need heal.
Yeah, thankfully this mini dungeon, I guess we'll call it, is fairly short. But so we can afford to pick up some of the items along the way to make things a lot easier on ourselves.
So the quirk about frog faces, as long as the frog is facing you and not the actual face, they're safe. So again, it's another situation where there's only one of them, so it's relatively okay. Get the 20 tension, and then knock them over. Ooh, herb drop. My drop rate is really, really good today. Oop, wrong one.
Yeah. That boxer shorts drop was like, I haven't seen one of those drop in like probably over a year.
I keep saying that one day it'll happen, and it just so happened today is the day. I think that's honestly the first time I've had it drop in a year as well. Yeah, we made it to the top of Alexandria Tower.
So yeah, this is where we'll meet Jessica.
Also, more cutscenes. What do you know? A game drawn by Akira Toriyama, and we got a character doing a Kamehameha.
So yeah, Jessica starts attacking us because she thinks we're Alistair's killers. And what stops her is that Alistair's soul still resides in the statue here. And he's going to reveal to us how he actually died. And in this flashback cutscene, we see that Dualmagus is the one who kills him. Giving us another reason to not like Dualmagus. Because like Keith said, Dualmagus is very much built up like the final villain, the final boss in this game. I quite like it a lot in terms of storytelling. Because it makes his boss fight a lot more satisfying when you actually get to him.
Hey, look. It's not Dualmagus' fault that all he wanted was a hug, and Alistair resisted. All you had to do was just not resist the hug, and you would have been fine.
And I don't if the my
No.
mother
So Alistair, so now that Alistair has revealed how he's died, his soul can rest. Jessica grieves a bit, and Trode is with us. It's actually really funny that Trode can get through like the top of the tower by himself. The reasoning is because the enemies in this game mistake him for an enemy, so they don't attack him. Which I always thought was funny.
We'll talk.
Few more little bit of inventory management prior to evacing. And then we get to use another one of our Chimera wings to return to Alexandria. This one makes more sense to use because while yes, you can see the entrance to Alexandria from where you're currently standing, it skips like 2 encounters. So, saves time. Plus, nighttime encounters are way more scary than daytime encounters.
Yeah, and that's true for pretty much the entirety of the overworld of this game. If you can avoid traveling at night, you really want to, because things get really spooky at night.
There is one thing that we have to do at night, though.
Yeah. So yeah, Bangers gives us a free sleep at the inn, and we get to see, again, Trode is working on something mysterious in the back of the wagon that we'll soon find out about.
Oops. That is also very true, Zen.
So yeah, we're gonna hit one last story trigger here, and just at the Albert house, which is Jessica's house. Funny how she says that she'll talk to you later, and then never does until, well, you get to the next town. But odd story things. So yeah, this is where Jessica confronts her mother, telling her Jessica's mother wants her to be a prim and proper lady and mourn and like actually like stay at home and mourn Alistair's death. But Jessica, like I said earlier, wants to go out and kill the man who killed Alistair. So she makes the decision to leave, and because of that decision, her mother tells her she is no longer welcome at her house.
She's been excommunicated.
Yeah, Alistair. You're. Yeah. Well.
So there's one last thing that I need to grab from the Albert house before I leave. It involves me going into Jessica's room. We're gonna grab Jessica's outfit, and we're gonna run away.
Yeah, so you can actually get Jessica, like, Jessica has like 6 or 7 different outfits that you could put on her in this game. Unfortunately, if you put them on her, like, they're not like strictly cosmetic, they actually are armor for her. So unless you put worse armor on her, then Jessica, you can't look at Jessica's pretty outfits. We picked that one up not to give to Jessica, but to sell it for money.
It's as free 60 gold coins, and It's just right there, so there's no reason to not grab it. So we're going to continue to do what we were doing. We're going to continue to progress and kill stuff as we go. The goal here is to hit a very specific experience point value. It's not like get to a certain level type deal. I have to land ideally between a very specific value, and that specific value is between 751 and 796 total experience points on Hero. If I fall somewhere in that range, Yangus will achieve level 8, but Hero will stay level 7. And this is one of the very few times in video game history where you can say that a fight becomes harder if one of your characters is stronger. And I will explain more about that when we get there. So like I said, I'm just gonna keep running.
Yeah, so from Alexander, the next major town we're heading to is Port Prospect. Because from Port Prospect we need to get to Paragon Key, which is on the southern continent, on this part of the map. So on our way there, and not only are we going to be fighting the overworld encounters, but we're going to fight another of the overworld enemies for another copper coin for money, and just and for some more free XP, because it's another fairly non-threatening encounter. There's just the potential of it wasting infinite amount of time.
So I'm at a very weird situation though. Once I fight this boss, once I fight this this enemy, I'm gonna have exactly 750 experience. So I'm very close to my limit. And there's very few enemies that I can fight that is gonna keep me within my parameters. It's not like the end of the world if I end up getting level 8 on Hero. It's like I said, it just makes the fight harder. And I would really like to avoid it being harder if I can.
Yeah, so this is the Family Doctor overworld encounter. That's what, when I meant waste infinite amount of time, that's what I meant. The Family Doctor works like a regular heal slime, where it just basic attack and heals. The difference is that it has a very high evasion stat. So the odds of it dodging attacks is actually pretty high.
He's Neo. So I literally have to just tension to 20 and swing over and over again until it connects. Third time's a charm, right? Nope.
Alright, surely Hero can't miss a 4th time.
Hey, there we go. Alright, so like I said, we're at a very weird situation here, where I'm gonna have to look for a very specific encounter, because I only have 46 experience points of wiggle left. So 2 candy cats would be perfect. That's too much. That is 81 experience. Yangus is 1 experience point away from leveling up. That is 70 experience points. This is also a very scary encounter.
Yeah, the spiked hairs do the same thing as the hammerhoods, where they like to tension and then hit you with the basic attack. The difference is the hairs actually hit their attacks, unlike the hammerhoods. So if you see, if there's an encounter where you can find 3 of the hairs, is death. Most of the time, unless you're really desperate for XP.
Even then, most of the time it's not worth it. Alright. I have basically like 2 more encounters before I hit Port Prospect. I have to come over here and grab this life seed. It's very important. So I might just end up having to take the very next encounter that I get, regardless of what it is. And if Hero's level 8, Hero's level 8. Actually, I only have 1 more encounter. But whatever this encounter is, I'm going to kill it. And I'm going to be over-leveled for the Calamari fight. And it sucks, but there's not much I can do about it.
Yeah, so the reasoning we want Hero to be underleveled is so that his agility stat is lower, so he has less of a chance of going first for fighting Calamari. For Calamari, it's really important that Hero and Yangus both go after the boss. Because of that level, Hero has a bit more agility, so he's more likely to outspeed Calamari. Sometimes it feels like the underleveling doesn't really matter, but the difference in agility can be a bit more deal than some people may think.
Even if it's 1 agility point, because of the way agility works in this game, like a lot of different DQ games, where at the beginning of a round of turns, the game checks the current agility stats of all party members and enemies on the field. It does a random roll within a certain parameter of that agility, and then whatever number you roll dictates the turn order for that round of turns. And so with that 1 extra agility, it skews his values slightly and gives him a higher chance of outspeeding.
Yeah, so here we're gonna again sell a bunch of the items we've collected, both in Alexandria and both here in Alexandria and Alexandria Tower.
Oh, no.
And we're going to stock up on herbs. At the same time, we're gonna buy Yangus his primary weapon of choice for most of the speedrun, which is axes.
I forgot to do something.
Axes is a very, very, very good skill tree on Yangus in this game. Axes for Yangus is where he gets arguably his best move, which is Helm Splitter, and he also gains access to his skills that guarantee crits in axes, which makes the skill tree itself very strong.
Well, it doesn't guarantee crits, it just increases your chances by from like a 1 in 32 or a 1 in 64 up to like a 1 in 2.
Yeah.
So, fine. I'll be waiting.
Alright. Hopefully, this goes well. Calamari is another one of those fights where His turn order is 100% scripted. He's going to do the exact same thing on every single turn. I just have to be able to react to it. The only thing that I can't predict is who he decides to target. I'm going to call out who I wish that he would target, but whether or not he actually does it or not is another thing. But he's going to always alternate between AoE and single target attacks every other turn, with the exception of his first turn and then his 8th turn is when his cycle returns to the start. The first turn he's always going to lead with Flame Breath, and then he's going to perform 6 actions of alternating between single target and AoE tag. And then after his 6th, he's going to repeat back to the AoE. So it's going to be Flame Breath, single target, sweep, single target, sweep, single target, flame.
Yeah, the song and dance of Calamari is quite... this is where a lot of runners' skill is put to the test, because this is arguably the hardest fight in the game, mostly because of how limited you are in what you can do, and how strong Calamari is. For reference, Calamari actually does more damage than the next boss we're going to fight after Calamari. Even casually, Calamari can be a pretty big wall in this game. So like he said, Calamari will start with a Flame Breath turn, which is AoE. This turn we're always going to defend with Hero, and then throw an herb on Yangus to heal him to full. The main strat for this fight is to tension Yangus to 50, and then hit him with a Helm Splitter. And we need to do that 3 times to kill him.
Ideally, what I want to see is Hero gets targeted with every single target attack. That's like best case scenario. In this situation, I have to double heal. Hero's already starting to outspeed every turn, which is not good, but he got targeted there, which is pretty beneficial. Right, so that was second hit. So this is second sweep, and he's outsped again.
Yeah, this is what you don't want to see from Hero, and the biggest benefit to fighting Calamari with Hero underleveled. Because that 1 agility could be making the difference between all of those turns.
This is
and Hero constant.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and Hero constantly outspeeding is how this fight goes wrong.
Like, there's certain turns where it's okay that he outspeeds. Like, if he outspeeds on a single target turn, it's like, okay, that's fine. We can deal with that. It's when he outspeeds on the AoE turns, it's where it makes problems.
And thankfully in this game, so this game is really mean with its healing. Thankfully, if you throw an herb and a character's at full HP, you don't lose the herb. But if you use a healing spell, like heal, and someone is at full HP, you'll lose the MP and you'll heal for nothing.
Okay, that was a really, really good dodge. Oh my gosh, I needed that.
Yeah.
And he single targeted Hero on an outspeed. That's good. That's very good. So this is second sweep.
So what eventually Calamari boils down to is a war of attrition. You have to kill him before you run out of healing items, because when you run out of healing is when this fight becomes
unwinnable.
Like you just lose. Yeah.
Alright, so that was final hit, which means we're on Flame Breath, which means I need to defend and heal self. And Yangus is at 50 tension, which means first turn I just Helm Splitter. Good target again. Basically, the optimal situation for this fight is Calamari only single targets Hero. Hero's the one with all of the defense right now, since he has the scale armor and the scale shield on. So he's the one that can tank the most damage and heal himself back up to full pretty much every turn. So ideally, he gets hit with every single target, and Yangus never gets touched by a single target.
And one more tension 50 attack from Yangus should end this fight.
This is a single target turn, which is fine. Lands on Hero, it's perfect. Alright, so this is final sweep. Here, and yeah. Alright, that's game. It's a good fight.
Nice.
Considering all that happened, that's the end of the fight. Even though this is final hit and I'm supposed to set up for the flame breath, I'm gonna kill here with a basic attack from Hero and a Helm Splitter from Yangus. So we'll just go ahead and do the damage and end the fight. So that was a really solid Calamari fight for it being level 8 and having as many outspeeds as I did.
Yeah. So you want to basic attack with Hero there on the third Helm Splitter, because so Yangus is supposed to do around 120 damage 50 tension Helm Splitter to Calamari, and he has 360 health, so you do that 3 times and he dies. You do the basic attack with Hero in case you get like a low roll or 2, and Calamari lives with like 1 or 2 HP. But there actually is a world where you can hit him with all 350 Helm Splitters and a basic attack with Hero, and he still is alive after that. I've seen that happen a few times.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I'm sure.
Here, Yangus's damage range goes from... Now this is barring... Helm Splitter has a chance to land a sap, which decreases Calamari's defense by 8. But at full defense, Yangus has a damage range of 108 to 108 to 126, I believe, is his normal damage range. Hero, on a basic attack with no tension, or anything like that, without having any saps on, hits anywhere between 15 and 20. So theoretically, you bottom roll 3 straight Helm Splitters on Yangus, and then wing for 15, and yeah, Calamari still has 5 HP left.
Yeah, that's Calamari done. Thankfully, even with Hero at level 8, the fight went, all things considered, it went well. The dodge from Yangus was very clutch. And now Jessica joins the party. So again, in another cruel twist of fate, since Jessica can't, since they won't let Jessica fight for the Calamari fight, the helmsman and the keeper of the boat, because they're afraid of what the Albert family house will do to them if they found out that Jessica got hurt under their watch. It makes the fight so much harder, because if Jessica was there for that fight would actually be really, really a lot easier. But alas, you have to do it with Hero and Yangus. But now we get Jessica as a party member, which is nice.
I didn't have no.
And here on our way to Paragon Key, we're going to hear the story on how Yangus and Hero met. And as Yangus puts it, this was a story filled of laughter, thrills, and tears. But yeah, so Yangus was going to fall to his doom, and then Hero pulled him back up to safety because he's just that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And because of that, Hero is not Hero. Yangus is pretty indebted to Hero, which is why Yangus is here in the first place.
It push.
Yangus is pretty interesting as a character. In terms of the overarching plot with, like, concerning Trode and Dual Magus, Yangus has zero stake in anything. But he's here because Hero saved his life, which I always thought was kind of neat.
Love you, Gov. I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah, so we're gonna loot the ship for items. Thankfully, we don't have to break every single one of these barrels,
Oh, I thought there was another herb
like
there.
like Link would. We only need to break the ones we know have stuff in them.
Wait, the herb
and
is
then-
here, isn't it?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, no, that's extra 10 gold. But basically an herb. I used
Yeah,
a
this
lot
is
of
where we're
healing
gonna-
on Calamari, so I want to make sure that I have extra.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is where we're gonna get introduced to the Alchemy Pot. The Alchemy Pot is very interesting in this game with what you can make, because you can make some really good items from it. The downside to the Alchemy Pot is you have to walk around for the items to get finished. It's not like in the 3DS version. The 3DS this is another big change in the 3DS version. The Alchemy Pot is instant in the 3DS version. There's zero waiting required.
It's also
and
instant in
because
the
of-
PS2 version. You just have to get to the new game, like the bonus part of the game.
Yeah, eventually the Alchemy Pot does become instant, but it's not until, like, you get to the post-game content where you can get it to be instant.
That is,
Because the 3DS run always has instant Alchemy Pot. They can utilize items we can't really utilize here in the PS2 version. Because depending what you're making, it actually will you actually need to walk more depending on what item you're making. And some of the best items in the game that you can get from the Alchemy Pot take a really long time to make. Okay, here we're gonna stock up on items, get healing herbs for everyone, pick up some holy waters, some more chimera wings for quick zooms, and we're going to get a new hat for Yangus. Fun thing about this pointy hat we're about to put on Yangus, this is the only hat we're gonna give to Yangus for the rest of the run. So for the rest of the run, Yangus is going to be wearing this pointy hat.
late game hat acquired. Just to touch on something that I saw in chat from Bubba with the calculating steps. That is 100% what we have done for the PS2 route, which is why I make very specific things and do very, like, it's going to look really weird at one point in the game. It's just going to look like I'm running around aimlessly. But what I'm actually doing is I am setting up Alchemy Pots recipes and stuff like that.
Yeah, and right here we're about to make our first item, like, immediately. Fun fact, if you don't actually use the Alchemy Pot here in Paragon Key, you get a cutscene when you leave of Trode telling you, hey, you should use the Alchemy Pot while you're out here. But using the Alchemy Pot prior to leaving skips that cutscene in its entirety. So the first thing we're going to be making is a reinforced boomerang, which is again for world encounters.
It's gonna make fighting overworld encounters at this point a little bit slow, just because you know, I don't have a good way to do AoE damage to enemies. Yangus is the only one that's doing damage. Hero's fisticuff skills are not very good right now. So I'm looking for specific encounters like this one. It's pretty safe. Chainines they don't do a whole lot of damage. They give pretty good experience, and they don't take too much to kill. So what I normally end up doing is I will basic attack with Hero and Jessica on the first one, and then go down the line, helm splittering each, just to try to lower their defense.
Yeah, Jessica's whips work the same way as... Well, not the same way, but they work similarly to Hero's boomerangs, where they attack every enemy in a line, but they don't go through every enemy, they only go through groups of enemies. So if these set of chainines were instead separated into two groups, one group of two and one group of one, Jessica would only hit the two groups of two, or the one group of one if you targeted that one group. It's really dumb, all things considered, because it makes whips seem kind of bad, and they kind of are for basic attacking, but funny enough, in the PS2 version, whips is actually Jessica's strongest tree, because of one move in particular called Twin Dragon Lash, which, if you played the 3DS version, you know that they nerfed this move heavily into the friggin' dirt.
Yeah. Twin Dragon Lash is Jessica's our main damage dealer after a certain point in the game. She's most of our utility and our damage. She's very much the strongest character in our party. The things that she's able to do in terms of damage output and producing damage output, having access to the Oomph spell, having access to Sap, having access to Accelerate, being able to deal 3,000 damage to the final boss of the game in a single turn if you get lucky enough. She's very strong.
Yeah, and again, that'll be showcased a bit later. Yeah, that's kind of Jessica's quirk with the speedrun. Early on, she actually does, like, casually, she doesn't seem that great. Like, her whips, like, the base attack on her whips doesn't do a lot of damage. And all things considered, even her MP spells with her spells don't seem like they do much either. But give it a little time and Jessica will quickly become our best character in the party. Dinglings are actually a very scary encounter. They have a really high defense stat, and they can backup crawl. And the thing they backup crawl is a giant dragon with an oil drum, and it's very scary. So we're gonna avoid those at all costs.
They're called...
Otherwise...
They're called jargon. Get it? Jargon. Jar dragon.
I hope GQ, I hope Dragon Quest never changes. But yeah, here in the Simpleton Bar, we'll be introduced to our fourth and final character for the PS2 version, Angelo. Another person who looks exactly like Trunks. But that's just kind of, what Ishiro Toriyama likes. But yeah, if you watch this bar cutscene in its entirety, It's hilarious. This is actually one of my favorite, like, quirky comedic scenes in the game.
It's a good cutscene. It's also, if you're fast enough, the first place you can go to the bathroom in the run. There's very limited amounts of breaks that you get in the run, and that's, if you're quick, you can get to the restroom fast.
But yeah, the reason why that whole bar fight broke out is because one of them accused Angelo of being a cheat, and then when we showed up, they thought we were cheating with him, and it turns out Angelo was a cheat, as he gives Jessica his Templar's ring and then runs back to Maella Abbey. And for whatever reason, instead of giving it back immediately, she lets Angelo leave and then tells Hero, hey, we're gonna go to Maella Abbey and give this back. Thankfully, we've already hit the Maella Abbey zoom point when we did that really brief transition. So we can just zoom right there. Here he's gonna do a quick loop-de-loop around Maella Abbey just for Alchemy Pot step counter purposes. So with the Alchemy Pot, you if you travel out in the overworld compared to when you're out in a town, the Alchemy Pot progresses much faster out in the overworld than out in the town.
4 times faster.
So we do, yeah. So we do the quick loop-de-loop to pretty much have the Alchemy Pot ready by the time we leave Maella Abbey.
Yep. If I've done my steps properly, just before I hit the load trigger to exit Maella Abbey, after all of these cutscenes, you should hear the Alchemy Pot go off.
Yeah, so a nice thing, I guess, about DQ8 is that you can actually do a lot of these story triggers out of order and save time because of it. So what the game intends for you to do is, since Maella Abbey is in the way of Pick'em, it intends for you to explore Maella Abbey, see this cutscene first, and then go find Angelo. But because we can just go straight to Angelo, we do that and then watch this cutscene after, so we can just get access to Maella Abbey right away. And here we're met with a side antagonist, kind of, Marcello, which is Angelo's half-brother.
Vegeta.
Yes.
And also a Vegeta lookalike.
I cross.
It's funny how the Vegeta lookalike and the Trunks lookalike are related. Kind of like how in Dragon Ball Z, you know, they're related. Who'd have thought? Something that I started doing recently for safety, if I go and grab that pot, it's free 26 gold. Also, it gives me a few more steps of the Alchemy Pot to make sure that I get this done before I leave.
Yeah, hopefully we get to show the 100 tension later in the run, but for some characters, especially Hero, tension is actually Super Saiyan Rose before Dragon Ball Super was even conceived.
Just
But it just... There's...
But yeah, so Angelo is bound here to Myala Abbey because of Marcello's orders. And he senses a very vile presence in the air, a jester. And because of that, he asks you to go check up on the abbot. But we can't get there because there are guards in the way. Thankfully, Angelo knows of a back entrance to get to the abbot's main stay, which is an abandoned abbey just on the outskirts of Myala Abbey. And this is something that I always liked Dragon Quest VIII for in particular. Dragon Quest VIII is very good at telling you where you should be going next, with either a dirt road on the path, like leading you to the next town where you'll hit the next major story cutscenes, or the characters just straight up telling you, hey, this is where you need to go and this is how you get there. It's really nice, until a certain point in the game where they just stop doing it altogether, but that's not till way later. So we're doing a bit more inventory management here, taking the reinforced boomerang out of the pot and giving it to Hero for random encounters. So we're about to come up to the next boss fight, Tortured Soul. But before we fight Tortured Soul, we want to do a little bit of grinding. The main goal of this grind is to get Accelerate on Jessica. Accelerate boosts everyone's agility in the party. And we're going to be utilizing Accelerate a lot through the rest of the run, just so that we can guarantee that we go first.
Every single fight. Every single boss fight that we get into from now on is going to be led with an Accelerate, because it's just that good of a skill. These encounters that I'm running into right now are not safe, so fortunately we can't take these. Even though I have the hero's AoE back, they're just not safe encounters to take.
Yeah, fortunately we don't have to fight these encounters. The Ruined Abbey, as it's called, actually has its own special set of encounters that are surprisingly a lot less scary than these counters here on the overworld. Again, the scary encounters is these ones here, the Dingalings and the Jargons. The Dingalings summon the Jargons, and they also cast a buff, which raises their defense. And the Jargons just do a lot of damage. Like, 21 damage on a basic attack is really, really bad.
And Yangus wins. That sucks. I have to go back to the I have to go back to Myala Abbey now and res Jangus, which sucks, because I just lose all of that time from that little bit of run there.
Yangus is not faster on the overworld. The reason why Yangus is in the front of the party is for menuing purposes. So when we're grinding in this game, whether it's for normal encounters or for metal slimes, we want Yangus in the front of the party because Yangus has Whistle, and Whistle forces an encounter no matter what. Well, if you can get an encounter in the area, then Whistle will force it, which is why we have Yangus in the front of the party.
No, it's
Angela will never be in the front of the party. For grinding, we won't force any metal slimes here, but if we see one, we'll try to kill it. But we won't start grinding until we get Angelo.
The other thing that we want to do, the reason why Yangus is in the lead, is because of how the game prioritizes targeting. Depending on how many party members you have in your party, it prioritizes who gets targeted more based on the formation. So we'll just discuss how it is with a party of 4, since that's what we're going to have most of the time. If you have 4 members in your party, character 1 and character 2 have approximately a 35% chance each of being the ones targeted. And then down the line, it progressively drops down, where 3rd is less than the first 2, and then 4th is the least likely to be targeted. And this is by single target attacks, obviously.
Yeah, I believe it goes 35 for the first 2, 25 for the 3rd, and then 15-ish for the 4th.
Something like that. Time of day sucks. I really want to be in the first part of the Ruined Abbey prior to dark, because that changes the encounter table.
Yeah, that's the other unfortunate thing about Yangus dying. Spending gold to resurrect him really sucks. But we need Yangus alive for this. And the encounter shifting towards night also is really not that great.
So what we want to see is this encounter right here is the best encounter in the area. Each one of these fly guys gives 44 experience points, and they don't do that much. It takes 2 hits to kill them. Most of the time they just cast Fizzle, which wastes a bunch of time and prevents you from using magic spells, but they don't do that much damage. And so we're just trying to get, like I said, Jessica to level 10. Ooh, and I got a plain cheese drop already. Well, that's really nice. I need that for later. Another one. So, in terms of how much experience points we need about 400 more points in order to get Jessica to where she's going, and getting 88 in encounter is really, really good.
The other nice thing about Fly Guys is that the gold that they drop for killing them is also pretty decent. And this is the point of the run where gold starts to really, really matter for what we need to buy when we're going to start our grind. So yeah, like I said, the purpose of this grind is to get everyone to level 10, preferably everyone to level 10. Sometimes XP doesn't work out that way.
The bare minimum is Jessica. Jessica has to be level 10 because that's when we learn Accelerate.
Yeah. Alright, Drakis are really, really bad to see. Pretty much at all stages of this grind for the first part, because they cast Snooze, which makes you fall asleep, and if you fall asleep at any point before you take your action, even if you wake up before the round of combat is over, you still lose your action. So seeing Drakis is really not great.
So far, we're pretty good with the fly guy encounters, though. Well, if I remember correctly, Akira Toriyama did Dragon Warrior before he did Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah, the main art designer, Akira Toriyama, also does the Dragon Ball series. So a lot of the Dragon Ball, and his biggest criticism, and it's very apparent in this game, is same face syndrome, where he'll give characters the same exact face across multiple series, which is why we joke a lot that Trunks looks exactly like Hiro and Angelo, because they do, because they have the same exact face. With that being said, I still really rather like this game's art style. I think for a PS2 game, this game's art style holds up extremely well. So the Bag of Laughs is also another nice encounter to see. Less so for XP, more so for money. The money the Bag of Laughs drops is really, really beneficial. So seeing two of them here is really nice, because they each drop 25 gold.
Along with the fly guys, just makes this, like, excellent grind encounter. This should be the last encounter that I need to take as well, because this is 158 experience points. And that's gonna put
shaded
me...
3D.
Oh, sorry.
The shaded 3D animation, that anime style does hold up really well. I like it a lot.
So Hero's not going to be level 10, but Jessica and Yangus are. That's acceptable. If I see an encounter that gives me 62 experience points in the cave, or inside the ruined Abbey, then I will take it to get Hero level 10 prior to the Tortured Soul fight, but it's not a requirement. So if I don't see it, I won't take it.
So there we put 3 points in the Jessica's staves, so she learns Acceleratal. And then Jessica's primary skill tree will be whips for this run. Jessica's skill tree kind of goes a little all over the place for this run, because there's a lot of really good things Jessica can get from her skill trees, especially early on. We'll be avoiding knives like the plague, though. That's that one isn't good.
Yeah, so for the route that I'm going to be doing, it's going to be whips, staves, and fisticuffs. As much as I want to take that, it's too much.
I was gonna say, that's a lot of fly guys.
If I was higher level, then I would take that, like, whenever I come back to do metal slime grinding, but which I fell off. That's not enough experience? That's not enough? No, it's not enough to be worth it. Even though I probably would have been faster to just kill it. So I'm not going to do diagonal movement here, so that way I don't poison myself in these poison pools.
So this is Tortured Soul. This is the first boss in the game who doesn't have completely scripted attacks and what he'll do. But he can do one of three things. He can either basic attack you, he can either cast Sizzle, or he can backup call. What we really want to see is a bunch of basic attacks, because backup call is bad for what he summons. He summons a zombie and a skeleton, and we're going to tension up this fight a lot. And the zombie, if it basic attacks you, can actually down tension you. Sizzle is bad just because it's AoE and hurts a lot. Like an average of 20 damage on the party is almost half of everyone's HP. And again, our healing items are limited to just herbs. So if we see too many sizzles, then things go sideways pretty quick. We accelerate twice here with Jess, because accelerating twice with Jess guarantees that you go first against the Tortured Soul. And one of those accelerates was done with Yangus de-equipped with the axe. While equipped with the axe, Yangus actually loses agility if he's equipped with the axe because of how heavy it is. So if we de-equip the axe, accelerate, and then Yangus will actually gain more agility rather than if we just left the axe equipped with them. Another neat thing with combat in this game is that you can equip and de-equip items on the fly if they're in your character's inventory. And it's very, very, can come in very handy, especially for some of these early fights.
I'm gonna try and bait backup call. I really want to see a backup call this turn. So I'm gonna hold Hero's tension until if he doesn't do it this turn, then I just have to go. Perfect. Okay. So backup call sucks under normal circumstances, but because Hero's level tension level 50, I get a free shot, and tension level 50 is enough to one-shot both the skeleton and the zombie. So that's the reason why you want to hold it. It also gives me a free chance to get double sap off before my big damage gets done, so Tortured Soul loses like 2/3 of his health bar.
Yeah. The other nice thing about holding the 50 tension is that because Tortured Soul is the first enemy that is in this fight, and then he summons ads with backup call, when you use the Boomerang attack, it actually prioritizes hitting him first because he was the first one there, and then the ads take the fall-off damage, instead of the zombie taking the full force and then Tortured Soul and the skeleton taking the fall-off damage. So ideally for the rest of the fight, now that backup call happened, he just basic attacks for the rest of the fight. The sizzle really sucks. Yeah,
as long as he doesn't backup call this turn, I was gonna say there's this was gonna be a fight that was gonna be over, but unfortunately the zombie is gonna survive this 20 tension attack, and now I just have to DPS him down manually.
This friend has an experience tracker. It's nothing too fancy, it's just a Google spreadsheet. There's no like XP tracking or step count or anything with this run. And the spreadsheet's very easy to follow.
Alright, not a horrible fight.
No, I don't think it's gonna set it. Like, the sizzles were kind of sucky. But the backup call with the 50 tension was the good.
It's not as bad as my practice run that I did Thursday, or I tried to do Thursday. Whenever I did this fight on my practice run, he cast Sizzle 7 straight times.
Yeah, the worst thing you don't want to see from Tortured Soul is backup call turn 1 and then sizzle spam. If he just does that, then you just kind of lose, because you can't keep up the damage with the healing. It just doesn't happen.
It wouldn't be so bad if Hero had full MP, because then you had access to all those heals. But for the most part, you're gonna be out of MP because of the number of times that you had to heal during the grind. and then you're just subjected to all the herbs that you have on each character. And I did pretty okay with the healing in that fight. There wasn't too much of it. But overall, early game is pretty good. We are drawing in on the start of our very first grind.
Yeah, so here we're going to learn a bunch of... Oh, not learn. We're going to hit a bunch of story triggers here concerning Maella Abbey, Abbot Francesco, and Angelo. This is where we learn Angelo's stake in things with Dolmagus and how Angelo eventually joins the party. This is about 15-ish minutes of cutscene skipping and story triggers. So if now is a good time for a bathroom break, before we get to the grind, if you want to take it.
There has what? I feel. It seems.
But yeah, so we come here to check on Abbot Francisco, and because of when we entered, Marcello confuses us for people who are trying to assassinate him instead of Dolmagus. However, even though Abbot Francisco actually speaks on our behalf because he tells us he knows that we aren't criminals, we still get locked up in Maella Abbey prison.
You sent. Come in.
Thankfully, Angelo is here to kind of bail us out. He kind of debates us at first by saying he has nothing to do with us.
They won't.
And then after we get locked up, actually will come to our rescue.
Unless.
Gotta play the long game.
Templar. What? Someone.
I should.
Something that I have yet to mention. If you take a look at the timer at the bottom left corner, there's also a little line underneath of it. It's a counter for the number of slime kills. That number is going to get kind of high in terms of the metal slimes that we kill. For this first grind, our objective is to get to... Most likely it's going to be 45. Could be less depending on the number of extra encounters that I take. Or not metal slime encounters that I kill. But we're looking at like 45 total kills here. So this grind takes approximately 2 hours total to get through. So this is definitely one of those sit back, grab a blanket, some popcorn, get comfy. We're going to be here a while.
Yeah. And thankfully, it's not just 2 hours of just sitting here grinding. This grind is broken up into 2 different parts. Where we'll grind for about 45-ish minutes, leave, do some stuff, then come back and grind for another hour. Again, ideally, sometimes it takes a little longer, and because of the route we're doing, the chances of it taking a bit longer are a bit higher. Again, like I said way earlier in the run, if this was like 2-3-ish months ago and we were actually getting Metal Slash on Hero, this grind would actually be a bit shorter and a lot more consistent with how long it takes and how many slimes we need to kill.
There's a small audio bug that I'm gonna do in this next cutscene. Under normal circumstances, if you skip this text in properly, you'll text lock yourself, and you have to listen to all of the text and the animations of this cutscene. But if you do it right and you mash properly, you end up overlapping the audios for everything at the same time, and it's kind of funny. So it didn't help that I talked completely over the entire thing. But yeah, if you accidentally mash that improperly, you have to listen to the whole spiel, and then you have to watch them walk the entire length of the tunnel, and it loses like over a minute.
What you?
Yeah, so this is where the backup exit to Myella Abbey is. And when we leave here, we're going to be met with a little bit of a surprise. Part of Myella Abbey on fire. And we know something's up because something's happening to Abbot Francisco. So we're going to head back there to try and confront Dolmagus again.
Oh. I've got...
And thankfully we can zoom with a Chimera Wing straight to Myella Abbey. Otherwise, if we didn't have this Chimera Wing, we'd actually have to walk there. And the walk is actually kind of painful and long, because we're actually susceptible to nighttime encounters on our way there. And like we've said before, nighttime encounters in this game are really spooky. Coming up, we're gonna start, like we've been alluding to, the first of the major grinds in this game. This route's grinds are broken up into 3 sections. Like I said earlier, the first part, we're doing the first and second section back to back with the baby metal grinds. And then the second section will be the liquid metal slimes that we kill later. If this was an alternate route, like the sword route or the 3 kings route, we'd actually be doing 4 separate grinds. The baby metal grinds for 1 and 2, the liquid metals for 3, and then the kings for 4.
For this grind, a question that I get a lot is, especially people who are familiar with the game, I get asked a lot, why is it that we pick the ruined Abbey as our grinding location for the metal slimes instead of the riverbank underneath the bridge near the Riverside Chapel? And the reason behind it is solely off of the differences in how encounters work between overworlds and dungeons. So something that you'll notice whenever I'm in the overworld and I get into a random encounter and I try to run away from it, whenever I hit the flee button, the time that the encounter technically ends and I regain control of Hero or Yangus in the overworld is substantially longer than when I'm in dungeons. And you can tell this by the distance that the party runs in the opposite direction when you input the flee command. This has to do with how the game loads. So in the overworld, the game has to load basically an entire chunk of the overworld. There'll be more explanations about this later with the glitches and stuff that I'm gonna do. And I'll do my best to try and explain it there. But just, it's basically, it all boils down to loading times. Swapping encounters in the ruined Abbey is substantially faster overall than swapping encounters in the riverbank. Even though the metal slime chance is much higher in the riverbank, the loading times outweigh that chance increase.
The encounters are also a bit scarier on the riverbank because we also have to deal with nighttime encounters on the riverbank also too. Especially early on. Like, you do have a chance of a character dying in the first part of this grind. Because we are pretty underleveled for this part of the game. I believe you want to be around level 13 or 14 when you fight the Tortured Soul. So encounters are still kind of scary here, but they aren't too life-threatening. If we were to grind in the riverbank, they'd be really, really scary. And a lot more inconsistent. And the last thing a Dragon Quest VIII run needs is more inconsistency. The Omegas murders Abbey Francisco. They hold a funeral. They hold a funeral for him. And because of this, this is what pulls Angelo into the main party. Another person out for revenge for the murder of the only real father figure Angelo had in his life, which was the abbot. With that being said, the cutscenes are almost done, where we can start. We're going to do a small little shopping session before the grind starts, and then the comfy begins.
And
this is also where we get the world map. Not really useful, not really useful in the speedrun. Casually has its uses. I do find it interesting that they do give you the world map for free here in this game.
It just kills me that it takes so long for you to actually get it.
and
Yeah.
Casually, this point's like 6 hours into the game.
Something like that, 6-7 hours.
It's just a bit of inventory management once I get outside. Luckily for me, I don't need Chimera Wings anymore because I have Angelo, and Angela comes with the Zoom spell, which is the MP cost equivalent of the Chimera Wing.
So yeah, we're gonna get Angelo here. So in terms of like traditional like RPG classes, Hero is your fighter. Angelo is not. Hero is your fighter. Yangus is your tank. Jessica is your kind of black mage, and Angelo is your kind of red mage. Angelo has a lot more utility spells than damage spells. The biggest thing is his healing. Are his healing spells. He gets multi-heal, which again is very important. He's the first character to get Zing, I believe.
That is correct.
Yeah, and then hopefully later in the run he may get Kazing, but that kind of depends on how the later grind works out. So here, Keanu's gonna move. He's gonna empty his inventory of things he doesn't need and move all of his equipment to the back of his inventory. The reason for this is because we're gonna fill everyone's inventory with holy waters, and for menuing in combat, it'll make selecting the holy waters a lot quicker because all of the equipped items will be on the second page or the very back of the input menu. So we're gonna do a bit more Alchemy Pot stuff. It may seem a little weird to put stuff in the Alchemy Pot since we're not gonna be moving for this grind. But again, this is for later. Moving Yangus to the front row. So, to make whistling easier, also because he is the tankiest member. We're moving Jessica to the fourth row because she is the squishiest character here, so she's the most susceptible to dying. And if someone dies during this grind, it's really, really bad because we have to leave the ruined Abbey, zoom to revive, waste gold for it, and then zoom back and then continue the grind. And we're just gonna go through our inventory, sell all the stuff we don't need, and we're gonna have a lot of gold, and almost all of this gold, well no, all of this gold is gonna be spent into holy waters. So how holy waters work in this game is metal slimes, they have max defense, which is 252 defense, I believe. Meaning when you try to attack a metal slime, you either do 1 damage or 0 damage, or they dodge outright. However, if you use a holy water on a slime, holy water is guaranteed 1 damage on a slime, no matter how much defense it has. Which is why we're gonna stock up on so many holy waters. Baby metal slimes here have 4 health a piece, and since we have 4 characters each throwing holy water, assuming it doesn't run away, that'll equate us 1 kill. And we need to kill roughly 45 of these. Thankfully, later on, when we get deeper in this grind, we won't solely be relying on holy waters. But holy waters is still majorly how we're going to get most of our kills. So we put 9 holy waters on everyone because that's how many they can have, and the rest are going in the bag. And also, unfortunately, you can only buy things in bulk of 9. I don't know why, but 9's the max you can go. Yeah, around 80 holy waters is what we're gonna... 80 holy waters in the bag is what we're gonna walk away from here.
I also purchased an extra Chimera Wing. That's just a safety item. I most likely won't need to use it, but in the event that Angelo dies, I lose access to my zoom, I'll have my zoom, but I can still get to a place where I can res him without having to walk there.
Yeah. And again, the healing is just because we'll need it. So we're actually going to go to a specific room here in the Ruined Abbey, the room with all the poison in. For whatever reason, I don't know why, metal slimes have a higher chance of spawning in the poison room than anywhere else in the Ruined Abbey. So that's where we're going to go.
It remains a mystery as to why this is a thing, but on average it's about 7 to 8%. 7 to 8% higher spawn chance. Also, there's my first metal slime, but unfortunately because of the formation, it's not worth taking. So I'm just gonna run away from this one. Especially since I got ambushed.
That's the other unfortunate thing with this grind early on, is that we don't want to be picky with the metal slimes we kill, but unfortunately we have to. The risk of it dying, of the metal slime running away, just isn't worth it. In that formation in particular. What we ideally want to see is just a metal slime, is our metal slimes by itself. They can spawn in groups of 1, 2, or 3. The most common is the 1 group, obviously. Yeah, and that's pretty much how this grind is going to go early on. There's a surprising amount of decision-making that goes into this grind. It's not just unga bunga, throw holy water, and hope. There is a little bit of that, but there is quite a lot of decision-making that goes on, which can throw off new runners of this game.
So yeah, this is our life for the next 45 minutes or so. The goal for the first part of the grind is to get to 15 kills. Freebie? Not a freebie. Can't take it. 15 kills will give hero level 18. Hero level 18 means that I will not get into any random encounters if I have holy waters on used as repel, all the way up from where I am currently at, all the way to the temple or the city of Escanda, which is our next destination.
Yeah. So this encounter really sucks. So the thing you don't want to see with slimes this early on is a slime with Drakies, because Drakies will put you to sleep, therefore losing your holy water action if you don't go first. And our odds of outspeeding the Draki here are not really likely. This encounter is scary just because it could kill you so easily. Gold is still at a even though we bought all those holy waters, gold is still at a premium. So we'll be killing these bag of laughs again for the gold because we'll still need it.
Doesn't hurt. It's extra experience points, and the money is just really nice.
The nice thing about you getting the preemptive on enemies is that it guarantees the flee. So you aren't just stuck there looking at them.
Ooh, hello. So this is worth going for, because if one of them runs away... Oh, they both stayed. So that's one guaranteed kill. As you can see, it's every time you throw a holy water, it's 1 guaranteed damage. And since metal slimes have 4 HP and I have 4 party members, 4 holy waters equals 1 dead metal slime.
Yeah, and this is where sword route would actually be would come into play, where instead of Hero throwing the holy water, Hero would actually use metal slash with a Cypress stick, because the Cypress stick is a sword weapon in this game. Metal slash in this game is does either 1 or 2 damage with the slime to a slime, which is really, really strong because it not only can save you a holy water, but later on, when Hero actually has a better chance of outspeeding a slime, you're less reliant on all of your characters to outspeed. So you can kill the slime before it even has a chance to run away. Which is part of the reason that what made the sword route using Metal Slash so much more consistent with killing metal slimes. Because there's a good chunk of metal slimes you killed before it even had a chance to do anything.
That, and it's not resource reliant. Where, like, I'm reliant on the number of holy waters that I have in inventory. If I run out of holy waters, I'm kind of stuck. I can't really kill any more metal slimes. I could basic attack them and pray to God that I get, you know, enough damage done. But with Metal Slash, because it's a skill that requires no resource allocation, that's what also makes it really good. But unfortunately, because of the skill point route and what I need for the route that I'm doing, I can't get Metal Slash.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Because later, so we're dumping points into Hero's Spears because Spears is how Hero gets his skill that increases his crit chance. And Spears is okay for damage-wise. Spears is okay, but starts to fall off pretty hard once you get later into the game. However, when we were able to go into Hero's Swords tree, Hero actually could be a very viable damage source later on in the game, just based off of the sword he was able to get later on. So the whole we put points into Jessica's fisticuffs so she gets Stone Throw, which is AoE damage to a group of enemies, which for these Fly Guy encounters is really nice. If Jessica didn't have Stone Throw, she'd kind of just be standing there not doing much.
She could cast Sizz, which would do the same thing as Stone Throw, except it would be resource allocation as well. The Stone Throw is just an AoE damage that requires no resources, which is the reason why we go for it. Plus, we need the fisticuffs points on Jessica anyway, because it will increase her critical hit chance without any weapons equipped. So it's useful to have.
Yeah, fisticuffs in this game are like, it may not seem it casually, but fisticuffs in this game are surprisingly strong on all 4 characters. Especially once you get access to a move called Thin Air.
So far, this grind is not the greatest. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that's nice to get, but I definitely would rather be seeing slimes here.
you can use stone throw as many times as you need per battle.
Yep. Freebie, please? Nope. Opposite of freebie.
Look quite opposite.
That'd
Yeah,
be the only
the
reason. Sorry.
The skeletons here are probably the most dangerous thing in that's down here in Mile Abbey. They just hit really hard, and if they gang up on one character over the course of like 2 or 3 turns, they can easily kill one person. It's the whole point of having Jessica in the back, because 5 skeletons, if they all focus her, like this encounter here, can just kill her in a round before you can do anything.
It's very sad when that happens. Freebie? Can't take that one either. Hey, it's one by itself, but it ambushed me.
Now, hopefully this one doesn't run away.
Nice.
The grind look so far has been subpar, we'll call it. But seeing one by itself and then not running away is really nice.
So level 13 is just more points into axes. This is points into spears until level 19. So ideally, I want to get to... There's certain like level benchmarks that I want to achieve as I'm doing this grind. The first level benchmark that I want to hit is hero level 17. So the way that random encounters in this game operate is depending on whatever hero's current level is what dictates the party's current level. And that in relation to what an area's level cap is will tell you if a repel will be effective or not. So what that basically means is the Ruined Abbey, for example, is a level 17 area. It has a level 17 cap. And so if hero is level 17 or higher, he is guaranteed to flee from every single encounter first try. Also, if I put a holy water on and I start running around, I will never get in a random encounter as long as it's on. Up until that point, random encounters and stuff like that are, you know, I can't guarantee a flee yet. The threshold for me to get to level 17 on hero is 11 total slime kills, roughly. So that's the first benchmark, getting to about 11 kills. But unfortunately, every time I've found a metal slime, with the exception of a few, like one, I've been ambushed by it. Ooh, a double. So we get one of the two, which is nice. This is 9 more points into axes. 3 more points in the stave. I kind of want to reset the area because I keep getting ambushed and I don't like it. I don't know if it'll change anything, but it'll just give me like the placebo effect, I think. But I have been ambushed a lot. And I think I've only surprised like 1 or 2 in return.
Yeah, it's been not been that great. Thankfully the fleeing hasn't been too bad.
Yeah, it's something that we can... It's something that we have been, and I say we, like myself and a couple of other people have always been like, someday Square Enix is going to do it. Someday they're going to port the 3DS version to Steam somehow.
Copium.
It's 100% copium, but... You know, one can hope. It is a little sad. Like I said, hopefully someday, hopefully it comes back. And Vox, yeah, we're not doing spears, or we're not doing sword route. Unfortunately, I need spears for late game, and because I'm not going to be doing too much in terms of extra grinding, I'm going to be a high enough level to have all the skills that I need. I just throw everything into spears.
Yeah, unfortunately how things work out in this run, you don't have any wiggle room for your skill point distribution. Like, if we had the extra skill points to give Hero Metal Slash, that would be amazing for this grind. But unfortunately, we need to get his crit skill as soon as possible. And then immediately after, we have to start dumping points into Courage to Hero, so he gets his Courage skills when we need them. Same thing with Angelo. We're dumping all of Angelo's points into staves, so he can get oomph by Dual Magus. after he gets oomph, then we can start putting points into his swords. But it's not really for anything in particular. It's mostly just so that he can, if he has the turn, do a bit of extra damage. But of your 4 party members, Angelo is by far is the least likely one to be doing any kind of damage.
Okay. Good streak of them.
Nice.
But yeah, in terms of the question in chat, why the 3DS version isn't run, you can get 3D captured again now through Delfino Customs. They will do installation of capture devices into 3DSs and stuff like that, but it is quite expensive. It's like a $400 to $500 investment just for the capture capabilities, and I just don't have the money to invest in it for one game. There is a 3DS category. So the DQ8 leaderboards are split up PS2 and 3DS. I believe last year for the RTA Marathon, Ellie ran DQ8 3DS.
I'm pretty sure he did too, because it was
Because I did
it was
11
PS2. Yeah, because it was PS2 the year prior, and then 3DS, and then back to PS2. But yeah, the reason, like, in terms of runners, there aren't a lot of runners for the 3DS version of this game, mostly due to accessibility. Getting a 3DS capture is pretty unreasonable for, like, the average speedrunner, or the average person looking to speedrun.
So the reason why emulation has not been allowed for 3DS is simply because of lack of interest. For basically no other reason. The question has been brought up multiple times as to whether or not to allow emulation for 3DS DQ8, and for the most part, it's pretty much accepted that it's going to end up happening. But just because there's like maybe 2 runners of the game, and both of the runners of the game on the 3DS version have 3DS with capture, there's really no reason to change things, because like I said, there's just not an overwhelming amount of, hey, I want this to be a thing. Now, of course, if all of a sudden a rush of people came in and said, hey, I want to learn the speed run, I don't have 3DS capture, I want a leaderboard, can we allow emulation? Then 100% there's probably going to be another category that's going to be 3DS emulation, separate board. But like I said, as it stands right now, just because of the lack of interest is the reason why it's not allowed. But again, there's absolutely nothing that stops anybody from, if you really wanted to do the run on an emulator. It's just, as right now, there's just no.
Yeah, as opposed to the PS2 version of this game, where emulator is not allowed because the emulator for this game is not good.
It's very not good.
To put it simply, this game does not emulate well. No matter how you play it for the PS2 version.
It's very, very inaccurate. It's very close to... It is not even close to original hardware. Oh yeah, if you want to... Nothing says that you have to have a capture device in your 3DS. If you had the 3DS and this game and you went about recording your gameplay in different ways, as long as you have video evidence of it, you can't really get disputed on it.
Yeah, we used to have an SMT runner who ran one of the 3DS SMT games, record his runs with a webcam, and he held world record like that for a bit. So this first part of the grind isn't particularly going well. Around 15 metal slime kills is what we're looking for this first part before we leave to do other stuff. And right now we're only at 6.
Generally speaking, whenever I'm doing PB attempts, I want to be done with the first half of the grind no later than the 3-hour mark. So sub 3 hours for the first 15 is where I want to be at. And unfortunately, no. In this game, if you level up, you do not get a full heal. You get extra MP and you get extra HP, but it's just the max. It doesn't actually give you any more or any less.
This is unfortunately the kind of awkward part of the grind where Jessica and Angelo have a pretty decent chance of outspeeding a metal slime, which is good later on, but bad right now because there's a pretty high chance. Well, I say pretty high, but it's a 50-50 chance of the slime running away. So the chance that the metal slime will eat a holy water or two from Jessica or Angelo and then run away is really disheartening.
Yeah, at this point in the game, at this point in the run, or in this part of the grind rather, metal slimes turn into thieves. They just steal all your holy water and run away and laugh at you from the sidelines.
Yeah, and the chances for a slime running away is a 50-50. So a lot of coin flips going on with this one.
This one's worth going for. Even though it runs away. Yeah, I lose the time for all the animations and stuff, but it's worth going for that one. That's the exact sentiment for most runners, Shub. However you want to speedrun the game, but if you want to put it on the leaderboards, there are some rules that have to be followed.
Nice, another one stayed. Yeah, roughly halfway done with this first part of the grind. With the amount of fly guys I've seen Keanu kill, hopefully we can stop a bit short of 15. But it's still ideal that we killed the 15. Nice.
Starting to pick up a little bit. I like it.
Yeah. The two back-to-back there are pretty good.
Unobtainium. I like that. It's a good one. Yes. So,
Yes.
in terms of this dungeon, in terms of the ruined Abbey, if you're in this one specific room that has the poison pools, it's a slightly increased chance of spawning a metal slime.
We do not know why, and I really wish we did.
I would love to know.
It's one of those things that's just like, but why?
They aren't
really complaining, but it still like baffles some people.
The only thing that I can think of is that in other areas of this dungeon, there's one specific enemy that can spawn, and because there's one extra enemy in the list of enemies and formations, that increases or decreases the chance of that metal slime spawning. But they can't spawn here in the poison pool. That's like the only thing that I can think of. But again, nobody actually knows. Yeah, again, it's just we don't know. Ooh, a freebie.
What a good freebie.
It is a good freebie.
It's nice to see the freebie with a bunch of fly guys. Seeing the freebie and instead of being a bunch of fly guys, there's a bunch of skeletons. It's still nice to get the freebie, but it's still a scary encounter nonetheless. Because then you have to deal with the skeletons.
The estimate for this run is about 13 to 13 and a half hours. If all goes well. And if I do it right, we're gonna get to the true ending of the game. Cowpat.
Yeah. So we dumped a bunch of points into Yangus's axes and then eased up a bit and then started dumping points into Yangus's fists. It's because of you're limited to how many max total skill points a character can have based on their level. Like, if we kept trying to put points in Yangus's axes, the game would tell us, hey, you can't put any more points in the axes right now. You need a few more levels first. So to prevent... so since we can't dump every point we have in the Yangus's axes, we'll dump points in the Yangus's fists, which is the second tree we'll be focusing on.
Are there pauses allowed while still counting as a single segment? You're allowed to pause the game. You're allowed to walk away and stop playing the game. You can go take a nap, you can go to bed, you can do whatever you want to do, as long as the timer is continuously running the entire time. You're not allowed to pause the timer. You can pause the game. So there is a compendium. So if you go to the Dragon Quest RTA Discord, in the pinned comments of the general tab is the Dragon Quest Compendium, which is a giant compendium of every Dragon Quest game, even some of the spin-offs, and then different links to different resources for each individual game. The link to the Dragon Quest RTA Discord is on the speedrun.com page, if I remember correctly. This is still worth going for.
Also, this run doesn't allow to pause the timer for breaks. I don't think any of the Dragon Quest games allow for that. And this one is on the longest one? On the longer side?
So the way Dragon Quest XI works on the PC, because there's a load remover, there's some quirks with how the load remover functions that allows for soft pauses in the timer, because the timer will pause at certain screens that aren't loading triggers, but we consider loading triggers. So there's like some fine lines that you can draw to do stuff like that, but so far nobody's abused it. But it's a conversation that the mods of that game have had, that if it does get abused, then it starts kind of defeating the purpose of, or it defeats the spirit of the single segment run. So yeah, it's one of those weird situations. Levels are predetermined stats. Are predetermined stat games, yes.
So this is the other really painful thing about doing the grind with holy waters. You can't bulk put items from your bag in the character's inventory. You have to painstakingly put one at a time in a character's inventory. And menus in this game aren't the most intuitive with how they work. Keanu's making it look easy because he's played the game a lot. But playing the game for the first time or learning the speedrun for the first time, navigating the menus can be a little awkward. There's also the risk of using a holy water. And using one holy water is fine because you'll need to use one eventually when you leave. It's just when you use more than one is when things become an issue.
Freebie. Yeah, a lot of people have complimented me on my menuing ability in this game, and that's just because I've been painstakingly running this game for 4 years. And after doing that section as many times as I have, you just kind of get used to it. Also, that is another 1 in 500, the agility seed.
Yeah.
From a metal
so when
slime.
you kill a metal, yeah. So when you kill a metal slime is a 1 in 500 chance to drop a seed of agility, strength, or defense.
They don't drop strength. It's just agility or defense.
I swear. Okay.
Not for baby metals. Strength seeds, I think, come from liquids.
I might be thinking of liquids then, because I swear I've seen seeds of strength before, but I might be thinking of liquids then.
But yeah, it's a 1 in 256. Yeah, it's a 1 in 256 for the seed of defense. It's a 1 in 512 for the seed of agility.
And the seed of agility is the much better one. For the most part, defense in this, like, skills like Kabuff, will never use, just because the amount of damage a skill like Kabuff mitigates isn't worth actually wasting the turn using it. Agility, however, is very, very good to put on Hero to make his likelihood of going first very high.
Looks like I did.
Because it'll eventually come to the point where we'll want Hero to go first because he's our main healer. And if he isn't going first being our main healer, for some boss fights it becomes a really big issue.
I was really hoping that 14th kill was gonna get Hero to level 18, because then I was gonna be on like a PB pace run theoretically, because it would be sub 3 hours. But you know, oh well. Still pretty good.
He's probably really close.
He's within he's probably within 200 experience of getting to the next level, because Yangus is already level 18.
Hopefully we get this one.
All 4 characters are going to get used for the entire duration of the run, because these are the only 4 characters that you get for the game. It's not like in other Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest games where you get multiple party members. Like, these are the 4 that you get, and this is all you get. So,
or the 3DS version, where the 3DS version actually gives you 2 playable characters. But one of them is actually unreasonable to get in the speedrun. Even in extended categories like Ultimate Dragon, you still wouldn't get Mori, who's one of the additional characters you can use, just because he's so out of the way to get.
As much as I want to go for that one, I don't want to risk it. I have free escapes, so I can cycle encounters faster. Nah.
Mori is a really fun character. Like, casually, if you can actually pick Mori up, he's really nice to have casually because of what he can get access to.
Mori's musk is broken.
Yeah, so Mori is really good for grinding. He has 2 things that make him really good. One is Mori's musk, which makes metal slimes attracted to you more. The other is that he actually gets a crit skill in his club's tree. So you can have 3, so ideally when you're grinding, you have Hero, Yangus, Mori, and Red. Red using Blade Cascade with the liquid metal sword on, and then Mori, Hero, and Yangus fishing for crits. Yeah, he's a really good character. It's just unfortunate you have to do the monster arena and either in its entirety or almost in its entirety to get him.
You have to beat the S rank. You have to beat Monster Arena S rank in order to unlock Mori as a playable character.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if there's something beyond S rank, like double S. Yeah, but unfortunately that that requirement to unlock Mori is just too out of the way to get.
Yeah, Hero's like less than 100 away now. I'm gonna go for this one.
Yeah, because of our level, Intimidate starts to work. What Intimidate will do is that it's an attempt to scare off enemies, and here in the ruined Abbey, it will work on the Fly Guys and Drakies, but it won't work on undead, like mummies or the skeletons. And I don't remember what the chance of it doing stuff for the slimes are.
It is a 25% chance for a metal slime to run away from an Intimidate, and a 75% chance that it either stays or attacks you.
Yeah, okay. I knew it could do stay, attack, or do nothing, but I wasn't sure if what the ratios of it were.
But hey, that's level 18 on Hero, that's 15 kills. That is our first threshold. Normally, I would go ahead and leave here, but because my resource count is so high, I'm gonna fish to try and get the Hero level 19 instead. As long as none of the Drakies put any of my party members to sleep, I will go for this one as well, but as you can see, Yangus is a sleepy boy.
Also, to answer something in chat real quick, the biggest new dungeon that was added in the 3S version of this game is Memory Lane, where it's a refighting of all the bosses in this game, and actually quite challenging if you want to go through it.
You also get to fight Estark. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely fish for level 19, just because of the MP gain, and for being able to, once Hero gets to level 19, I'm done putting points into his spears. So I'll have full access to crit skills coming up for the second half of the grind, which is gonna make things hopefully a little easier as long as he's nice.
Yeah. So yeah, so so 49 points, I believe, is the number for spears in Hero. Will 59? 59 skill points for Hero and spears will upgrade Lightning Thrust to Thunder Thrust. Or is it the other way around? I'm pretty sure it's Lightning to Thunder.
Thunder to Lightning.
Will upgrade Thunder to Lightning. Right now, Thunder Thrust is a 25% chance to land a crit, 25% chance to do normal damage, and 50% chance to miss. When it upgrades to Lightning, it's a 50% chance to crit and a 50% chance to miss. Or do no damage, rather.
Yeah.
And Yangus gets the same thing with upgrading Hatchet Man into Executioner.
Theoretically, it's not a 50-50. It's more like a 43%.
I thought it was more like 45, 50, and then 5%.
The metal slimes do have a evasion chance to just to make it so that you just completely whiff your crit skill. Yeah, unfortunately, Angelo's bows are just not good enough to put points in. His staves and his charisma are the ones that we put the most in. Just because Angelo needs so many points in staves for literally one skill. We're hunting one skill with Angelo's staves, and that's a second access to oomph. So Jessica learns oomph just for levels. Angelo only learns it from skill points. And investing that many skill points into that skill tree just for that one spell is so worth it. Does Needle Rain work on metal slimes? Isn't that a knife skill? I actually don't know, because in any of my... Oh. I don't know, actually. I really hope the Bravo stays. They both ran. Oh. That's very unlucky.
Also, I think it was touched upon a bit earlier when we started the grind, but now that Hero is 18, we're guaranteed to run away from encounters here in the Ruined Abbey. Which, believe it or not, dramatically speeds up how quickly we can cycle through encounters when we aren't just sitting here staring at Steven for 3 turns, waiting to run away.
For those that don't know Steven's my pal. Steven is the single lone toxic zombie. And he helps me herd these metal slimes in and normally tries to block them for me. But he's not doing a very good job today. Probably because of the lack of high fives that I've given him. It's Steven, it is not Stefan. Don't call him Stefan, he gets mad. It's on his name tag, and I'll prove it to you here in a second. Don't call him Steve either, he doesn't like that.
Steve N. Alright, that was pretty good.
That was a good one. It is. Look at his name tag.
See, we keep saying his name incorrectly, so he keeps showing up.
He's trying to correct us, but we keep running away from him. Yeah, this is worth intimidating away. Wow. Hitting all the
Skeleton.
25s.
The skeleton isn't impressed. Yeah, Keanu unequipping the axe here to give Yangus a bit higher chance of outspeeding the slime. The slime's still more likely to outspeed as seen there, but there's the chance.
There's always a
Yangus
chance.
Yeah, Yangus is actually at the level where if the stars align, and the sun is in the correct position in the sky, he can outspeed a slime at his current level.
As long as the axe is... Unfortunately, I'm getting burned really, really hard for deciding to stay to try and fish for level 19. Because this is taking a lot longer than I had hoped for, but I'm kind of committed now. I kind of have to stay until level 19 now. %.
I actually enjoy fishing in RPGs. When I play Final Fantasy XIV, it's my second favorite thing to do.
Fishing is very relaxing in that game. Can it be raids? Can raids be my first favorite thing to do? Dang. That's mean. What did 14 ever do to you? Other than bring you hours of entertainment and enjoyment.
I'm gonna resist saying the meme. Funny you mention that, Noble. That's actually a gripe I have with 11. How 11 uses too much music from previous Dragon Quest games. The original songs DQ11 have are really, really, really good, and I wish they used more of them instead of recycling past songs.
Lily, every single one of us that actually knows you knows what that means, and I mean, hey. Please stay.
Hopefully.
Copium. Oh no.
Yangus, pause champ.
Dang.
Wow.
Stole everything from me. That's the way it be with these metal slimes, man. That's the way of it. That's the way of the metal slime.
The copium economy is in shambles.
I think it's been like 12 minutes since my last metal slime, which is really bad.
It was something like that. You said you got the 15th one like at like 3:02 or something, and 16 came shortly after, and it's been like almost 15 minutes of nothing.
Please. Nope. Hey, the game rewarded me.
Game threw you a pity bone.
Gave me a free one. All right.
And so the holy water count's looking a little low. So we are looking to leave soon and get a few. It may seem miscellaneous things out of the way, but we actually like need to do them to progress the story.
It's stuff we have to do anyway, so this is a good opportunity to just go ahead and take care of them, because I do need to restock on supplies before I come back here. Like I said, I wanted to get one more level up on Hero before I left, so that way things lined up a little bit better. But, you know, the game's gonna give and the game's gonna take. I was on a good streak for a little bit, and then now it's just kind of like, not so great.
Yeah. So funny thing about this encounter in particular, instead of intimidating the fly guy away, Keanu actually just threw 4 holy waters. It's because the mummy is scripted on its second turn to use a cursed orb, which has a chance to curse anyone but Hero. So he just threw the holy waters at the metal slime. If it runs away, then we kill the fly guy, and then we kill the mummy. Otherwise, if we intimidated the fly guy, we would run the chance of someone getting cursed and not being able to throw their holy water anyway. Little, I guess, enemy AI quirk there.
If there was more fly guys, if there was like 2 or 3, then it would be worth going for the intimidate. But just because there was only 1, it just wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it to go for the risk.
Yeah, and we haven't really touched upon it because it's not really relevant until very later in the game, but Hero is immune to being cursed. It's why he never got cursed when fighting. It's why Cursed Mist never hit him when fighting Geyser. And that doesn't just apply to Geyser's Cursed Mist, it's like any curse skill in this game, Hero's just straight up immune to it.
Plot.
And you won't find out why until the literal very end of the game, and even then you have to do true ending to find out why.
Plot armor.
Yeah, for now we'll just call it plot armor.
Someday I'll get 2 more slimes. Someday.
Hopium.
Yeah, pretty much here. It's a munchie.
Is that a munchie emote? Hold up.
That is a munchie emote.
Oh my god, it's Ellie's.
Time to go give Ellie money.
We're killing slimes just to grind XP and levels. So with how this game works and how its bosses work, you are forced to grind at some point, or else the bosses will very quickly floor you into the ground. If you've been here for most of the run, you've seen that even with the first two bosses, when they had completely scripted attack pattern, we still kind of struggled a bit on them, and they still had the chance to kill us. That only gets worse as the game progresses, especially since bosses later on don't have a scripted attack pattern.
Killed one.
Clap. So yeah, we're grinding here to not only catch up with the game, but push ahead of the game.
Alright.
Because our current level, like level 19, is actually pretty high for fighting the next boss, and around where you want to be for the boss after, like casually. But we'll be pushing a little past that to make the mid-game of this run go by a lot smoother. In tandem, it'll make our end game a little scarier, but it still shouldn't be that bad with this route.
Given the situation, I most likely will do a little bit more than normal to give myself some extra safety.
Yeah. So now that we've finally left the Ruin Abbey after 84 years, it's felt like, we're gonna zoom to we're gonna zoom to Simpleton, and move on to the next story trigger there is, which is in Arcadia. But we're not gonna actually do the stuff we need to do in Arcadia first.
Ascantha.
We're just gonna... Ascantha, my bad. We're not actually gonna do what we need to do in Ascantha first. We're just gonna go there to hit the zoom point at the Riverside Chapel, and then we'll go there later when we're done with the second part of the Baba Metal grind.
Yeah, we're not even actually gonna go to Ascantha. We're just gonna hit the halfway point.
And because of Hero's current level, as long as we have a holy water up, we can avoid every single encounter on our way to the Riverside Chapel. Chat. The Thieves' Key is what the game kind of goads you into making first. Because as soon as you get the Alchemy Pot, there's an NPC in Paragon Key that will tell you how to make a Thieves' Key, and will actually give you one of the things you need to make it. The other being found on the boat. But we make it a bit later. We do need the Thieves' Key because there are stuff locked behind chests that we are going to pick up that need it. We just delay it a bit since we need the boomerang and the whip that we sold sooner than the Thieves' Key. Which is, if you aren't looking up Alchemy Pot recipes in this game, the game really pushes you to check bookshelves or talk to NPCs to figure out Alchemy Pot recipes rather than trying to figure it out yourself. You can find a lot of the Alchemy Pot recipes by either reading Omega Lol or talking to NPCs.
But yeah, right now we're just getting some zoom points, grabbing a couple of extra items, and then we're gonna actually head back to Paragon Key.
So we hit the Riverside Chapel warp point. Now when we actually go to Ascantha to progress the story, we can just zoom here and get there a little quicker.
So because I have so much money, I don't need to sell as much stuff as I normally would. I am kind of rich right now. I didn't get a bandana, So I have to open all 3 of these chests.
Yeah. So when we're doing that first part of the grind, we're really hoping that one of the mummies we kill drops a bandana. It's the 1 in 252 chance, right?
Yes.
For that bandana drop. And some of you, and it's a really cruel twist of fate that we need the bandana, because Hero starts with the bandana, but we need to sell the bandana for money early on, or we can't afford the Boomerang. So we have to buy a new one. And this bandana will get made, will get put in the Alchemy Pot to give Hero one of his best agility accessories in the game. I say accessories, but I mean helmets. So we're gonna sell a bunch of stuff, get a lot of money back, and we're actually gonna get a spear for Hero and equip it to him. So we won't have the Boomerang anymore for encounters, but at this point in the grind, we're not really gonna look to kill encounters that don't have a metal slime in them exactly. Because at this point, killing encounters for not only the XP, but even the gold for the most part isn't even really that worth it, especially with how much money Keanu has right now. It's funny you mentioned the bunny outfit. Will actually I don't remember if this run gets the bunny tail or not. But in prior routes, we would pick up the bunny tail because it's actually a really good agility accessory for point you can get it in the game. Yeah, believe it or not, the stat we care the most about is agility. So the accessories and equipment we look to pick up are usually the ones that boost or give you more agility somehow. Especially with Hero.
That was actually, like, perfect. I have to finish the shopping with exactly 24 gold coins, because that's the exact amount that I need in order to rest at the inn. And normally you rest at the inn, you just pick whatever, but in this situation, I actually want to rest until nightfall. Time doesn't pass whenever you're inside of a dungeon, and I need it to be nighttime for the next story trigger. So I'm basically just setting myself up.
Yeah, and we can't rest at the Riverside Chapel, even though it's free, because if you rest at the Riverside Chapel, you're forced into a story cutscene between Angelo and Trode, where Angelo tells you why Marcello hates him. It's a really good cutscene. Too bad it takes forever.
It's like a 20-minute cutscene if you don't skip anything. Alright, so unfortunately, we're back again here in the... We're back here at the Ruined Abbey. And we're back to kill more metal slimes. This time, we're trying to aim to hit our little counter here from 18 to 44. Which is a substantially larger amount of what I was at. But things should go much faster.
Yeah, so we're looking to kill about double the amount of baby metal slimes that in the second part of the baby metal grind than the first part. But it actually shouldn't take that much longer than the first part of the grind because we have access to instant flee now because of Hero's level. We don't need to fight encounters that aren't metal slimes because we don't really need the gold. We don't need as much gold as before. And we can even take encounters like this one by using Intimidate. And usually we would hope the metal slime doesn't leave, but it left. And we can also start fishing for crits with Hero, now that he has his spear and the appropriate amount of skill points. And hopefully Hero decides to cooperate with us today. Sometimes Hero isn't really in a critty mood. And we're gonna hope today of all days he is.
We're gonna need it. So, the grind, to get through these grinds quickly, it all really does come down to decision making, and then just kind of like having a sense of feel for what is going on. For that situation, I could have gone for a crit skill, but it seemed more appropriate to just throw waters at it. And you'll see me alternate back and forth between the two, just depending on the situation. And there's really no rhyme or reason behind it. It's just kind of like, feels like this is a good idea. Like, now that I've seen 2 Intimidates fail and the 2 metal slimes run away from it, I'm more likely to just try to throw a crit at an enemy before it runs away instead of trying to intimidate it away. But then again, that's also just kind of subject to change. So like for this fight,
Yeah, so fun thing about undead in this game, these skeletons in specific, not only are they susceptible to be putting to sleep, but undead in general this game are actually susceptible to the whack skills. So Keanu put the larger group to sleep, used whack to guarantee killed the single one, and now we could focus on killing the slime in hopes it doesn't run away. Yeah, and this is the part of the baby metal grind where decision making really comes into play, rather than just hoping that you have good luck.
I should have just thrown a water with Hero. I went for the crit and hoped that it stayed again, but that was a fail. But yeah, that's what this entire thing comes down to, is just like, all right.
Intimidating isn't anything new. We've been doing it for a while. But, again, to reiterate, Intimidate only works on the Fly Guys or the Drakies, and the Metal Slimes. Intimidate doesn't work on the Undead in this area. Unfortunately, here we want Hero to be critting, and he's already whiffed 3 crits in a row. That is very good.
He's getting the outspeeds, which is kind of nice. So we get the guaranteed kill there.
And there we have the 3 fastest characters throw water because they're the most likely to outspeed the slime, and then Yang starts to deal with the regular mobs. Yeah, also unfortunately, to end the encounter, we have to kill everything. We can't just kill the metal slime and then dip. Or else we don't get the XP for actually killing the metal slime if we try to run away. Here, if this was a freebie, we would kill the metal slime first and then intimidate the other encounters away. and we would actually get full kill credit for the metal slime there.
Yeah, that's the third crit that I've failed, and the third intimidate that I have rolled the 25% on. So the RNG is not in my favor right now. Yeah, unfortunately, the marathon luck is not with me. The last time that I ran this game, the marathon luck, or the last time that I ran this game for the marathon, for the DQ RTA, it didn't go this good either.
It really wasn't with you. I think you died to Geyser that fight, that attempt too.
I did. I died to Geyser. It was not my best run.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thankfully, with how the current route is, we won't have to pivot to killing kings if the liquid metal slime should go good. Should not go good. Because the liquid metal slime grind with its current iteration is actually the most consistent it's ever been for this version of the game, which is really nice.
Angelo getting outsped there was a real scary, was like a real sad moment.
Yeah, really showing off that you can indeed sleep skeletons, which when me and Keanu found that out, it blew our minds. Also,
How come he's crit 4 times naturally, but not any of the 50%? He's crit so many times this run, like naturally, but not with the crit skill. Just crit with the crit skill, dude. You have a skill that increases your crit chance. Just do that one.
Also, a small thing to note there, Angela learned Zing, meaning if someone dies, it's not run crippling. It's now more a minor inconvenience if someone dies and you have to revive them in the overworld. Because even in the overworld, Zing is still a 50-50 chance of reviving or not, which is very, very mean.
Yes, it's a 1 in 32 to crit naturally with current set with how I have heroes skill points and stuff currently configured. It's like a 1 in 32 for a crit on a basic attack. But every single hit that hero has landed, where it's, you know, where you haven't seen the slime dodge out of the way, that's a straight 50-50. And I've flipped tails 4 times in a row. Yeah, it's about a little over a 6% chance to crit on a regular hit. Five in a row.
So this was another little tech thing he did, was use Accelerator with Jessica. Instead of everyone just throwing holy waters. Just so it's more guaranteed that Angelo, Jess, and Hero outspeed when they have their agility doubled.
At level 19 for Hero with one Accelerate, it is a less than 1% chance that the Metal Slime outspeeds. I think that's the right math, but I'm not actually 100% sure. I might be a level off.
Yeah, and it may seem weird that he did it in that way, where instead of he opted for the crit and the setup turn rather than just killing it. And it's more so in case that the Metal Slime runs away. If the Metal Slime runs away.
Yeah. So the idea behind that was Hero outspeeds the Metal Slime before it has a chance to run away. And Hero crits it. All right, cool. I wasted 3 MP on the crit skill, 3 MP for the Accelerate. Whatever. No biggie. No harm, no foul. All right. Well, in the same situation, I do the exact same thing. I whiff the crit, and then it stays a turn. Well, now I'm guaranteed turn 2 to kill it before it has a chance to run away.
Yeah, as opposed to it running away on turn 1, where if you just opted to throw Holy Waters and try and kill it, well, if it runs away and you don't get the outspeeds, then you just wasted 4 Holy Waters and a lot of animations. Yeah, speedrunning is just a 50-50. You either PB or you don't.
Accurate. It's been 3 years since I last PB'd in this game. Oh my gosh, Yang has outsped it.
Easy clap.
The stars aligned. We don't talk about 5-second PBs here, Worldy. But I really haven't. I have yet. I don't think I've PB'd in this game in so long.
It's been a while for sure.
I got my sub 1130 and have never been able to get anything better since. How many metal slimes do I need? Oh, go ahead, Flutter.
Yeah, we need about 45 metal slime kills. Hopefully we can get away with 44, but 45 is the most we'll need to kill.
There is a chance that I leave early. We'll see. Maybe whistle around in Trodain for one. No, not at this point anymore. With my current level, it takes about 3 to 4 metal slimes to level up at this point.
If one metal slime was 1 level up for this point in the game, then you wouldn't have to farm, and you wouldn't have to kill liquid metals at all for what level we're aiming to end the run at. We actually kill way less metal slimes if that was the case. But unfortunately, with how levels and XP scale in this game, it doesn't won't be able to get that far.
The freebie.
Yeah, so funny enough, Jessica just hit level 19. Her goal level for this grind is actually to hit level 22.
Yep.
So like, oh, she only needs 3 more levels, but we need to kill 20 more baby metal slimes for her to get those 3 levels.
Even with the high
Seems
five.
a little... Yeah, it seems a little excessive, but it's actually really necessary that we kill, we get all those levels on the Jess.
Wow, back-to-back freebie. RN Jesus is smiling upon me slightly. I guess I can't be too mad at this grind just because, like, I got an agility seed. Which is, like, things you don't see every day. I've been getting a lot of the rare drops today. And this run in particular, I got the boxer shorts and I got the seed of agility.
No. In some cases, you actually would rather take the common drop than the rare drop. Like the mummies, for example, their common drop is the bandana, which is the thing you need. Their rare drop is a turban, which is a thing you don't need at all. It's not even a defensive upgrade. Just sell it for a little bit of extra gold. When it would be more beneficial if you got the common drop.
I think I want to play it like that.
Yeah, opting not to intimidate because there was a chance that the metal slime fled when the intimidate went off. And of course Hero hits the first crit on the enemy that doesn't matter.
And I got the bandana drop. So now I paid for a bandana that I picked up.
Yeah, and it might seem weird that we did that, where it's just like, oh well, if you're going back to grind, why don't you just hold off on buying the bandana? It's because you're never really back at Paragon Key naturally. At least you're never back in the bizarre portion of Paragon Key. So if you don't get a bandana drop from the first part of the grind, you'd have to do a little bit of backtracking to buy one at Paragon Key. And you'd end up just wasting more time rather than if you just took the L in gold now and did it later.
Alright, we'll take that. One stayed. Well, I whiffed, but whatever. And I didn't get the kill. Okay.
Yeah, that's really unlikely to happen. Like you're more likely to kill the undead with whack than you are to not kill it. Hopefully with the everyone should outspeed the metal slime. The only wild card here is Yangus. But with the axe equipped, he should fairly confidently do it.
He did not, but it stayed.
He didn't.
But it stayed, so it ends up working out.
And And thankfully, we don't have to worry about the mummy throwing the cursed orb. Since we are already guaranteed to outspeed the mummy, but with Accelerate, we're more than guaranteed to do it.
I don't know if Swoosh one-shots. Oh my gosh, he did. It doesn't matter.
Nice. For crits that mattered, Hero's like 1 in 8.
About time. Now we just continue this trend, hopefully.
Yeah, now that Hero has 59 in spears, everything else is getting dumped into his courage. Hero's courage tree is very strong, and has stuff in it we really, really want.
Omni
Most
heal.
notably, Omni heal. Yeah, Omni heal is probably his best skill for the run.
That and the fact that continuing in his courage tree, he also gets half MP cost. So then Omni heal is even better because, you know, you only need 18 MP. Hello.
Yeah, half, and then eventually his skills are only cost a quarter MP of what they need, what they usually need.
Bro. This is
pain.
This is, yeah, this is not fun. This is really not fun right now. This is the opposite of fun. Watching my my crit rate just be completely like bottom tier. Hero started this grind with 63 MP. It's 3 MP per crit skill. He's currently at 33 MP. Right?
Yeah.
Which means he has used 10 crit skills and has hit 1. No, he's hit 2. One on not a slime and then 1 on a slime. So, yeah. We're We're not doing so great here.
Yeah. And for reference, if this was like, if Keanu was going for a PB here, ideally we would be done by now.
Oh yeah, I would have long since reset this. Come on, hero.
Charisma check?
They don't exist. Come on.
At least, again.
Okay, let's go. I'm very much debating leaving early.
Don't worry, it'll pick up.
I mean, Yangus does have his crit skill now, so maybe Yangus will actually show Hero how it's done.
Yeah. There's no way the metal slimes will paint a tunnel on the wall again. See?
No, it wouldn't be dumb route. It would be something a little bit hard. Well, I guess it would be dumb route. It would just be mega dumb route.
Dumb route's even more pain.
Well, it wouldn't be done in Trodain.
If you aren't aware what we're referring to as dumb route, dumb route, it was a little thing Keanu experimented with, where you stop killing metal slimes after the first one, the baby metals after the first one, and you beeline it to Trodain, which Trodain is the first dungeon in the game where you can encounter liquid metal slimes. And instead of killing 10 liquid metal slimes, you try to kill 15. We call it dumb route because only dumb people would attempt such a feat. Because Trodain is a very scary place.
If you're not the correct level. Yeah, I'm very much behind my PB right now. Especially since technically I don't have... I think I want to do it like this.
Yeah, so when you see this encounter, when you get a freebie and there's more than one metal slime there, you can either play it safe or try to fish for both of them, and most runners will try to fish for both of them, where instead of killing one on the free turn, will take their free turn to actually set up, and then try to kill both of them in one turn, like that.
It worked. Hero did it. Yeah, so that's actually not the greed. What would be greedy of me was to just go for crits for both Hero and Yangus turn 1. What I basically did was I guaranteed that I was going to kill one, and then gave myself a good chance to kill the second.
Hero's level 22 now. I think that's a 22.
Yes.
Or...
A level and a half left for Hero, and then we're there.
Yeah.
But, like I said, we're about 13 more kills off.
Yeah, just to show how much more XP heroes still need, or how much more XP Hero still needs, which is why we need to kill so many more baby metal slimes.
I might just leave at 36. 37. $36 or 37, I'm thinking that I might leave. And fish for an encounter in Trodain. But I don't know yet.
Yeah, it's not a marathon run if we aren't showing every ounce of pain the game can give you.
Ooh. See, in this situation, I kind of have to greed for both turn 1. Alright, well, I got one of them, so that's fine. Look at Yangus showing us how it's done. First crit skill. First crit.
Hero did in fact do something. Wow, we clap. Yeah, unfortunately in that situation, you're kind of forced to go for crit skills on both. Just because you can get even more punished if you do the quote-unquote safe thing and throw holy waters in both time and resources. We dodged the metal slime attack. Nice, excellent bobbing and weaving by Angelo.
Chub, I appreciate the kind words, but nothing about this game can like surprise me anymore. In terms of like how frustrated I can get with this thing. For those that know me and that have watched me grind this game out, like I said, for the last almost 2.5 years, I've been grinding this game to try and improve my current PB by, at the time, 8 minutes to obtain world record. And in 2.5 years, I was unable to get 8 minutes off of my time. I haven't even been able to PB, so... It's just kind of one of those things where it's just like, well, I'm playing a game that I love.
Unfortunately, where the run has been, before the route changes happened, where the run has been, in order to PB, where Keanu is at, and to not only PB, but to get world record, you not only need a combination of good slime luck, but also good boss RNG too. Because even though we're grinding so much here, it is still very easy to die to bosses in this game. If just the wrong amount of combinations happen.
How many PB pace runs have died to Trodaine slimes? Over 100. And to kind of piggyback off what Flutter just said, with the bosses just randomly killing you at many times, I have lost a total of 3 world record pace runs at the last boss. While fighting Rapthorn, Rapthorn just didn't cooperate, and I missed world record and PB simultaneously. 3 separate occasions. You just kind of get used to it after a while.
Yeah, unfortunately DQ8 is one of those games where the run isn't over until the timer stops.
Yeah.
Where even if you make it past all the grinds, bosses can still hard wall you with a PBing.
I've 100% come to this certain level of expectation when I run this game, where I have every ounce of my being says that this run is going to die at some point in time, no matter what I do. And if I continue past a certain blockade that I normally would get walled by, it's a pleasant surprise. At one point in time, at the end of last year, like I said, for the people who in the community that have watched me in the past, the last 2 months of 2021 into the first few months of 2022, I was doing DQ8 attempts every day. I would get off of work, I would come back to my apartment where I was staying at the time, and I would turn stream on and I would do an attempt. And if I made it past Trodaine, I was pleasantly surprised and I would continue the game. And how many times I got to Trodaine and the run died and I was just like, alright, well, time for bed. It's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah, pretty much what Worldy said. Like, even though grinding these metal slimes may seem painful, this is still, like, 4 times faster than if we were to just fight literally everything in our path. This is kind of a gripe some people have with metal slime-esque enemies in speedrunning, where everything else is not worth killing when you have just one rare enemy that just gives you a lot more XP than the common enemies do. They're protecting them.
think I still go for it. Because I kill it. Even if I miss this, as long as nobody dies, and even if I miss this crit skill, I still kill it.
Yeah. Like at this point where we are with our levels, the skeletons are actually not too scary. Even if they all gang up on Jessica, for example, they still need 2 or 3 rounds to kill her. If she was at full HP, they need actually a lot more than that.
Yeah.
So we can actually take a setup turn for a metal slime surrounded by a bunch of skeletons and be kind of fine. Thankfully it paid off.
This encounter just is so slow, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately, this animation of the skeletons choosing to throw their heads at you instead of stab you with their sword is quite longer than the stabbing sword animation. But they prefer to do that rather than swish, swish, stab.
We're also down to our last 3 crit skills on Hero. Not like it's useful, but... by the looks of it, it looks like we're only going to need about 8 more. Just because of where Jessica leveled up, with how many kills I currently have, it looks like it's going to be 43 total is what we need in order to finish this grind.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick while we finish this up.
Come on. This does not bode well for me if Hero's missing this many crits. The next grind that I do is 100% solely crit reliant. So Hero not getting any of them is really bad. One can hope, man. But hey, we're at 36. We're almost there. By the appearance of where I'm currently getting my level ups and stuff like that, Neo, 43, I think, is where I'm going to end up ending at. Basically, I go until Jessica reaches level 22. Once Jessica hits level 22, we're done. I just used Frizz on the metal slime. That's it feels bad. Hopefully it stays. Okay, it stayed. Alright, so I'm gonna end up having to... I'm gonna definitely have to change up how I do things for the last few slimes, because my resources are so low in terms of how much MP and stuff I have. I have to have enough MP on either Jessica or Hero in order to cast Evac. So, because of that, Jessica can no longer cast any more spells.
Are we winning yet?
I killed one.
Alright. That's winning.
Oh baby, a triple.
Oh baby.
Imagine.
This is the encounter. This is really the encounter where you want heroes to have MP to crit.
Oh, that's two that stayed. Oh my gosh, Angelo hit a natural. Oh. Oh my gosh. Is it gonna happen? It happened.
Yeah. Easy.
I can't believe that actually happened. Literally all the stars aligned.
Angelo with the steel chair. You'll love to see it.
Oh, that's so good. This is the highs and lows of speedrunning in this game. You're so sad because you're 21 minutes behind PV, and then something like that happens, and it's just like, all right, this is cool. And it happened at 420.
Alright, well, thankfully for that, that sped up the back end of this grind dramatically.
That's barring I get 3 more. I still do need 3 more.
So we're really hoping to finish this way beyond under 4:30. Around, I'd say under 4:30 is still good marathon time.
Okay. Yangus can be a Chad. Or I'll just water it to death. Yangus is just the Chad.
Giga Chad.
2 more. Worldy, I don't know what will happen if you post the clip, but you can go ahead and try. I can't cast any more spells with
Jess, yeah.
With Jess. Dude, Yangus is critting everything.
Yeah, unfortunately for this back half of the grind, being this run dry on MP and resources really sucks for trying to fish for these last few kills.
That, and I'm also quite short on holy waters as well.
Estimate for this is between 12 and 13 hours, I'd say.
I think I listed it. I think I listed it at 13 and a half.
Yeah. And this is ideally going for the true ending of the game, too.
Ooh, it stayed. Alright. So I think one, possibly two more. Definitely at least one more. Oh, I lied. 42 was enough. We're done.
Nice.
So yeah, we're only 25 minutes behind what I normally would like to leave this grind at. Which, ironically, with this new route, could still possibly PB me.
It'll all depend on the next grind, but the next grind isn't for a little bit.
Yeah, we have probably an hour, a little over an hour before we have to grind again. Why does Jess need that specific level? When Jess hits level 22, I think it's I'm almost positive it's guaranteed that the very next boss that we fight is going to give Hero enough experience that he's going to get to level 24. And Hero being at level 24 means that all the way up until Trodain and past it, ever so slightly, I will no longer get any more random encounters as long as I have a holy water on.
Yeah, 24 is the magic number here, because it not only repels all encounters in Trode, but more importantly, it repels all encounters in the water, and water encounters are really, really scary in this game, just from the sheer variance of encounters you can get in there.
It's not all water encounters. The ocean in this game is broken up into certain segments, depending on what quadrant of it is you are in. And depending on what quadrant of it you are in will change the level cap as well. But the central area of the map is 24.
New route, Hopium.
And yes, Worldy, unironically, could still PB if next grind goes good.
So yeah, in terms of story, before we started grind 2, we touched on this slightly. We actually need it to be nighttime for this next part of the story to trigger. If you come here during the day and you talk to some NPCs here in the castle, they'll tell you King Pavan only comes out at night. He only comes out at night because he currently is grieving and mourning the death of his queen. And this handmaid here asks you if you can try to snap him out of his grieving period.
Queen's also been dead for 2.5 years. Or 2. Something like that. She's been dead for a while.
Yeah, so Emma will tell you where to go. She'll tell you to go. There's a house by the Riverside Chapel you need to go to, and you need to talk to her grandmother. And then her grandma will tell you where you need to go next, where you need to go down to the coastal area of the Riverside Chapel, and then go through the cave and climb the mountain to get to Wisher's Peak. There lies a being who can... I forget how they word it.
Grant your every wish.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember if it was grant wishes or make miracles happen.
I can't remember either. I know it's just you get the... Yeah, I don't know.
I'm assuming it's wish since it's called Wisher's Peak. Yeah.
Ironically, though, you don't actually have to go talk to Emma's grandma and hear the story. You can just skip all that and go to Wisher's Peak now, which is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, you do have to talk to Emma first, or else we would just come straight here. There's a few little story breaks that we could do like that, where we don't actually need to talk to the quest giver. We can just do the quest and then talk to them later. But for this instance, we do have to talk to Emma first.
Also, normally right now I would have something in the Alchemy Pot, but because I'm so short on holy water, I can't actually do it. Which is going to make... It's going to make for an interesting situation if the second grind, or the third grind, drags out longer than anticipated. We'll see what happens. Like I said, we're drawing up... we're drawing in close to the 5-ish hour mark, which is where the shenanigans are going to start occurring. Hopefully, if all goes according to plan. I do need to get some backup safety items and stuff like that. Over here is a chest with a wizard's staff. This is just for selling. It's 850 free gold sitting in that chest, so I may as well go grab it. There's also a really good defensive item that I'm going to put on Angelo and use for a majority of the run, called the Templar's Shield. It's hiding up here on the Wisher's Peak as well. We'll find it. Around this corner.
Yeah, and again, thankfully we're so high level for this area that we don't have to worry about any encounters.
As long as the holy water's on.
Yeah, we just zoom right through.
Yeah. I thought I could make it, but... oh well.
Trees.
Alright, so this is my...
actually like a step off.
Yeah. So this is my actual restroom break. I can't really do anything for the next a minute, so I will be right back.
Yeah, so we're just waiting here for a door to appear, and you actually have to sit here and wait. And also, thankfully, right after the door appears, a cutscene plays that doesn't have any dialogue to skip, so it just extends your bathroom break. To the Yangus, stare at the wall. Unfortunately, 30 minutes is a bit out of the realm of possibilities for a single cutscene break.
it works out perfectly. You get a minute and 15 seconds to just sit here and do nothing. The perfect opportunity to just chill and, you know, use the bathroom, grab a beverage, whatever you need to do. I love the Moonshadow Realm. It's such a pretty place. Thanks, Marco.
Yeah, this is Ishmari. As he says, he's keeper of the Moonshadow Land. And he's the person who's going to try to help King Pavan in his time of worry. If you hear his voice actor, he has a very uncanny sounding voice to Maester Seymour.
Many moons have worked.
Not sure why.
What desire?
It was just the thing back then.
Those with blue hair and blue eyes all sound similar. It's just, Ishmari has a more feminine sounding Seymour voice, and Seymour has a more masculine sounding Seymour voice. That's about the best way to describe it.
Is it the same voice actor? I doubt it. A lot of the voice... So, fun thing about the voice acting in this game, a lot of the voice acting in this game is unique, because they don't use, like, traditional, like, voice actors. For this game in particular, they use a lot of actual, like, stage actors. Which is why the dialogue in this game, as far as their voices go, sounds very unique. It's because a lot of the voice actors in this game haven't... Like, this is the first time that a lot of those voice actors have done anything like this. Yeah, they really put on all the bells and whistles with this Dragon Quest game in particular. And a good reason why a lot of people have a lot of fond memories of this one is because this is the first Dragon Quest game to have a full worldwide release. To both, not only the Americas, but to the EU as well. Which is why, if you actually look at the Japanese version of this game, it looks quite different. The Japanese version doesn't have voice acting, and the menus are drastically different in Japanese.
There's also
the menus.
That way.
There's also a few cutscenes that are not in the Japanese version that are in the EU, or the PAL version and in the English version, the NA version. For example, the opening cutscene where you have the opening cinematic of, you know, a castle in ruins, blah blah blah, your quest begins, that you see in the NA version, that doesn't exist in JP. As soon as you boot the game up and hit new game, it goes straight to the cutscene where Munchie's running through the field.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, the menus in this game are much more like traditional Dragon Quest menus where it's all text. There's no pictures, nothing fancy. They really redid a lot of it for the worldwide release.
And they did it right with the worldwide release. I'm one of those people that would have never have discovered how good of a game the Dragon Quest series was, especially DQ8 in particular, if it wasn't for the fact that I played the heck out of Final Fantasy X on the PS2 as a kid, and when I found out that 11 was a MMO and I couldn't play it, and then 12 was going to come out, and that they were going to give a demo away if you bought this DQ8 game. That's the only reason why I ever bought this game as a kid growing up. I got the game just for the 12 demo, and then after I bought it, I was like, all right, well, may as well play it.
Oh, so yeah, that was that was King Pavant's queen, Princess Daisy. Really fine choice, if I do say so myself.
I fell.
Yeah, now that that is done, seems like in the grand scheme of things, this actually seems like a side quest more than anything. But this is something you actually have to do for two things. One is to get in favor with Pavan, and two is to find the Moon Shadowland, because both will come into play in the story quite soon, actually. But for now, we're just going to leave. So yeah, for now with the story, as we're trying to find Dual Magus, we're trying to get a lead on him, because we don't actually know where you're supposed to go. King Shrode actually gets a little jealous that we had a big feast with the king and he had to wait outside with Medea. So Yangus recommends that we go to his hometown, Pickham, where Shrode can not only get a drink for himself, but we can also talk to someone named Brains who knows everything about everything.
All right. So as we're doing this run, I'm going to talk about a couple of things that are going to be occurring here very soon. I'm just going to place a couple of little tidbits of information into you guys' heads, and there's things that I would like for you guys to try to remember for later, because it's going to make for explaining things later for those who are going to hang around for it a lot easier on me, because, like I said, all the stuff that is going to be happening is fairly new, and it's going to look a little awkward. So right now, currently, I'm about to run past this place called the Lakeside Cabin. It's literally a cabin right next to a lake. And on this lake is in the middle of this lake is an island, and you can see it from here. You can see that there's a rare mark way over there in the distance, and it looks like a small treasure chest way off in the distance. So I want you to remember this place, because it's going to come into play in about 35-40 minutes. Give or take. But like I said, some shenanigans are about to occur, and it's gonna look funny. Hopefully I'm able to pull it off, and hopefully it doesn't kill me. Doing what I'm gonna do in terms of this new route is quite volatile. It is very scary. I'm gonna be doing and entering some places that I'm definitely not supposed to be in. And the risk of dying is great. But like I said, for now, just remember that island exists, remember that Lakeside Cabin exists, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in depth soon. Until then, we're just gonna, like I said, like Flutter said, continue progressing the story, hitting some plot triggers. We're gonna be fighting our next boss here very soon. Meeting a couple of new characters, whole bunch of stuff. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
you go. Some.
But in the meantime, I'm going to grab a couple of safety items while I'm here and pick them. First thing that I need is in this little room right here. I'm going to raid this one random cabinet for a magic water. MP recovery is very, very useful for this game. There's not a very many way to recover MP, so if you can get a hold of MP recovery, you're doing good. Now we're gonna head over here, enter Brains' house. We're gonna find out that Brains is not home. We don't actually know where he's at. In the meantime, since we don't know where Brains is, we're gonna go find where Trode is to find out if Trode's happy. So backtracking just ever so a little bit. Trode is hanging out over here. Inside this pub.
No.
So it's ironic, as soon as we talk to Trode, we find out that Medea is in distress, and as it turns out, somebody stole her.
People.
Now we gotta figure out what happened.
Well.
We talk to that guy, he only lets us through if we give him some money, so we give him a little bit of money, he lets us past. It's only because it's faster than going all the way around. In this little warehouse, we find this guy with a bag with 1,000 gold coins in it. His name is Mitz. He's the one that stole Medea. He stole Medea and then sold him away for 1,000 coins.
You get.
I'm gonna grab a safety item. I definitely normally don't ever get this item, but it doesn't hurt to get it. It's just a extra little bit of safety. There's an iron armor in there for free, basically. Just go grab it. For here, though, I want to sell some extra stuff that I have in inventory and this wizard staff. And I want to be able to buy the hunter's bow. Hunter's bow is for two reasons. One, it's just a better weapon for right now and damages everything for this next boss. Also, we need the hunter's bow in order to throw it in the alchemy pot for later.
Okay. You red.
So now we've learned that Medea was sold to some lady named Red, and Yangus is quite upset about it.
Come on.
So Yangus wants us to go find her and talk to her. He says that she lives on a little island not too far from where we currently are. But we're going to kind of ignore that. And we're going to go do something else in the meantime. Like I said, that's what we're gonna go do. We're gonna go do some stuff out of order. We're gonna head to the Swordsman's Labyrinth, and we're gonna go fight Trapbox. All right, so we've made it.
Thankfully, this is another area where you don't have to worry about encounters because of our level. Or else the encounters that appear in these kinds of dungeons are really
Time losing.
scary.
Time losing.
Yeah.
You're not really scary per se, because you're
Yeah.
usually
Yeah,
high
high
enough
level, they're
level.
not scary.
Yeah, it's just they take so much time to get through if you accidentally forget to put a holy water or something on. For the most part, I'm just gonna navigate the dungeon real quick. Doesn't take too long. Just gotta run around and whatnot till you get to the end, basically.
Yeah, thankfully, this is a very simple dungeon.
It's easy to get turned around in it if you don't know where you're going, but like once you've done it 2 or 3 times, it's just like, all right, well, this is the way that I have to go.
Very hard puzzle. Also, side thing to note that I don't think was touched upon, you'll notice Hero is actually first in party instead of Yangus. For whatever reason, the game, after the Pavon cutscene, will always put Hero in the first party slot.
Don't understand why. It's not worth to change the party just yet because it doesn't really affect anything right now.
Yeah. That statue on the right, for those who don't know, if you actually touch that statue, you'll get a full heal before this fight.
I'll use it after this.
Yeah, it's not a one-time heal either, which is really nice.
All right, so the strat for this fight against Trapbox: don't get snoozed, don't get fuddled.
Yeah, for our current level, Trapbox, That's the only thing Trapbox can do that can make this fight scary, but even then, it's less scary and more time-consuming.
Yeah. It's just annoying if I get put to sleep because I'm going for tension strats. So if a character gets confused, it's dead because they're gonna hit one of their own party members and kill them. If they get put to sleep, it just sucks because you lose all your tension. And the other two things that he can do is basic attack and desperate attack and cast crackle. So desperate attack does 80 damage. You need 2 of them plus a basic attack in order to kill any of the party members. And crackle does like 20 damage to the whole party, so it's like not even that much. But I got 2 basic attacks and a desperate attack, so this fight is dead.
Yeah, thankfully for our level, this boss is relatively free. If we weren't so over-leveled, this boss is actually really annoying for the aforementioned moves, and this is also the first boss in the game where where desperate attack becomes a thing. And desperate attack, especially later on with some bosses, is really, really scary. Even now, with how over-leveled we are, if it desperate attacks Jessica twice, she just dies. And imagine doing this at not level 24. It's a pretty scary fight. But thankfully we're very over-leveled and don't have to really worry about it.
So the easiest way to describe what level 5 did for movement in this game is to think of a joystick, but instead of thinking of a joystick as a circle, think of it as a box. Think of it as a perfect square. And each of the vector lines of your joystick across the north, south, east, and west of your joystick are the lines used to create your perfect square, right? And then think of that whenever you're going to calculate distance from the center of the dead zone of the joystick outwards in a radius. But instead of a circle, you're doing the radius of a square. So obviously if you're holding straight forward, it's a shorter radius from center point to the edge than it would be from center point to the corner. Which is why, that's like the best way to describe why moving diagonally in DQ8, or in this case, in any level 5 produced games, dictates or increases your speed.
What?
Yeah, and this is...
It's about 1.7,
kind of...
yes.
Yeah, and this isn't the, like, a lot of speedrun games will utilize this. I think most notably, if you watch Crash Bandicoot speedruns, a lot of Crash Bandicoot speedruns utilize diagonal movement.
Dark Cloud series does the same thing.
Pac-Man World 1.
A bunch of them.
Zoom. Yes.
There's a clip that I have that I normally have for my for like when I'm streaming to my own channel that shows the differences in movement between straight movement and diagonal movement. I don't have access to it right now, otherwise I would post it. If somebody would be so kind as to get it for me.
I can try looking for it.
Just type
also,
X.
this is not where you would get Red in the 3DS. Like Freedom said, Red is a playable character in the 3DS version. Like Mori, she's a really good playable character. And thankfully in the 3DS version, you don't have to go completely out of your way to get Red. She's actually... you get her through story progression. right after you defeat Captain Crow. In the 3DS run of this game, Red replaces Jessica. Because, as we mentioned a lot earlier in this run, Jessica gets heavily nerfed in the 3DS version of this game, making her not as good in the any percent route. So she gets replaced with Red.
We've got.
Yeah. The big nerf that she got was from Twin Dragon Lash. They reduced the damage on Twin Dragon Lash by a lot.
Yeah, so if you're looking to, like, if you played the PS2 version of this game, and you're like, oh, I already played the PS2 version, I don't have a reason to play the 3DS version. Not only does the 3DS version add characters and a new dungeon and whatever, the 3DS version also does a lot of rebalancing with this game. Twin Dragon Lash gets nerfed. Helm Splitter, which is one of Yankees' best moves, also gets nerfed.
It is his best skill in the PS2. Just the fact that Helm Splitter ignores sap resistances. Sort of. So,
But you're back. Easy.
for example, if you try to cast the sap spell on certain bosses, they have an innate sap resistance to it. But if you use Helm Splitter that also has a sap tied to it, that's a whole different resistance that the game checks for. And we don't know why.
Yep. Yeah, so in a lot of fights, the other nice thing about Helm Splitter is it costs 0 MP to use it. So it's literally just a free sap that does damage. Very good skill. OP, some would say.
Parallax doesn't do sap. Parallax is just basically just a damage stick. Costs a few MP to cast and does like 2.2 times normal damage or something like that. I thought it was like 2x, but I could be wrong.
I don't remember exactly.
Or it might be 1.5. I
I
know
think
it's
somewhere between 1.5 and 2.2.
somebody with access to Google can easily find this out.
Is it really only 30%? Jesus, that's a lot lower than I thought.
Yeah, still 30% more damage for the cost of 3 MP is still really good. Are you sure that's not for 3? Is that the 3DS version or is that the PS2 version? Or is it universal between the two? Alright, so real quick, back to the run. So everything up to this point has looked pretty similar to what most people have seen from Dragon Quest VIII speedrunning prior. Now it's gonna start getting different. usually what people would be expecting to see here is we're coming up on Castle Trodaine, where we find our first area where we can start encountering liquid metal slimes. And we start whistling again in Trodaine and hoping to find a few and take a couple of them down. Well, we're just not gonna do that anymore. Like I said, I think Helm Splitter's damage rate got changed for the 3DS version, where it's down to the 30%. I think, or not Parallax, not Helm Splitter, but Parallax. I think on the PS2 version, the who knows? The only way that we can really tell is by doing a basic attack and then doing a parallax directly afterwards and comparing the difference.
I could probably boot up my copy if I really wanted to.
But yeah, in terms of the route, though, like I said, we're coming up on Castle Trodaine. We get all the backstory and stuff about what happened the night that Castle Trodaine became cursed. And then we would start grinding for liquid metal slimes, but heck all that, we're not doing it.
Yeah, this is normally where most Dragon Quest VIII runs would come to die. Because if any of you have seen a run that grinded liquid metal slimes here in Castle Trode, I'm pretty sure you could physically see the soul being sucked out of the runner the more time that they spend in this place. This place kind of sucks. It's a 10% chance to see a liquid metal slime, and then you have to rely on the 50-50 for it to stay or go. There's no, oh, eventually we'll outspeed it copium. There's none of that happening. And liquid metal slimes in this game have 8 health, so it's not even like, oh, we'll just kill with holy water. Well, if you kill with holy water, you have to hope it stays 2 turns. So you have to kill them with crits. So you're relying on Hero and Yangus to hit a 45-ish% chance for a crit. You're relying on Angelo for a 1 in 64, and then Jessica to land another 1 in 64.
32.
32? I thought it was 64.
No, because we put points into her fisticuffs up to, what is it, 28 in fisticuffs. It increases her chances it doubles her chances to crit when she is unequipped with a weapon. So her kicks and slaps can crit at a 1 in 32. That's the only reason we put 28 points in her fists, is because we really don't have any other good place to put them at that point.
Yeah. So you're relying on all these chances to crit a liquid metal slime. And for lack of a better words, it sucks and not really reliable. If you were here for the baby metal slime, you saw Hero whiff 10 crits in a row or something like that. Or,
I had enough MP to do 21 total crits. Out of those 21 total crits, he landed 4 of them. Maybe 5.
So that's a testament on how reliable this is. The answer is not very.
But hey, Yangus hit 100% of his.
Sips tea.
Just, math will eventually, level itself out.
So yeah, for this hip, fresh new route, we're going to say this place sucks, and hit the story trigger we need, get a few items, and then leave.
Control it.
The caveat to that is that the next boss fight we do, Don Mole, he's a little bit more tricky, but he's still not too bad of a fight.
Overall, the new route loses about 2 minutes to
What on earth?
2 to 3 minutes on Don Mole than the other way. But that's also perfect RNG for both fights. So having 10 liquid metal slime kills and getting a perfect fight on Don Mole versus no liquid metal slime kills and fighting Don Mole and getting a perfect fight is like a 3-minute difference.
Yeah, and with that being said, we're still gonna kill liquid metal slimes. We're just not gonna do it here. Smile.
And for those who want to try and figure things out, just try to figure out where the liquid metals spawn at. There's a compendium somewhere that tells you where all that stuff happens at.
The answer may shock you, especially where we're gonna end up.
And how we're gonna get there. I can't wait to see chat whenever it happens and everybody's like, what is happening? What is going on? I don't understand.
What's better for late game grinding? Technically, the best place in this game to grind, and if we were to do Ultimate Dragon, we would be grinding in the Dragon's Graveyard.
Dragon's Graveyard's the best place to grind because of the other enemies that can spawn alongside King Metal Slimes. There's these enemies inside the Dragon Graveyards that are similar to those Fly Guy encounters that I kept taking when I was in the ruined Abbey. They're called Bezelbubs. Bezelbuzz. That's how you say it. They're regular flies that do absolutely nothing every single turn. They just stare blankly into space. With the exception of one thing, if you get them under 50% health, the lower that their health is after that point, the higher the increased chance is that the fly will cast the spell called Kerplunk. And what Kerplunk does is it sacrifices its own life to res and full heal every single enemy or every single party member on the enemy team. So theoretically, if you killed a King Metal Slime that had a fly with it, and then the fly got down low enough and then used Kerplunk, it would bring the king back to life. And if it brought the king back to life and you killed it again, you get the experience for killing a second king. And in my last in the last time that I did the DQ RTA Marathon, and I did the Dragon Quest VIII run, I did the 3 king grind, and I managed to second encounter get a king with 2 flies and killed the king 3 times and finished my grind in about 15 minutes, which was absolutely insane. Because normally that grind takes anywhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And the less time you spend in the Dragon's Graveyard, the better. The Dragon's Graveyard is extraordinarily scary with the things you could see and how quickly you could die. So seeing that, so getting that, like your second encounter and being done in like 10 minutes is like extreme best case scenario.
Ultimate chef's kiss.
Also, yeah, the ultimate dragon is this game's super boss.
This version's super boss. Because there's still S-Dark on the 3DS version.
Yes, yeah, you're right. There is a category run for him. It takes a lot longer than this. Because you have to spend most of your time grinding. And even after all the grinding, the boss itself is still really scary.
Current world record for the Ultimate Dragon percent speedrun. It's an unofficial category, but a couple of runners have done it. Ellie's done one. I've attempted to do one. Close to War has done one. Has done a few actually, but it's literally a 17-hour and 59-minute speedrun.
And that was the Castle Trode dungeon. This dungeon is actually kind of unique. First off, it's very short. If you know where to go and how to get to the library, most of this dungeon's length is actually spent trying to navigate this place. The other thing that Key did was this is one of the few, if not the only dungeon where you actually still have access to the Alchemy Pot inside the dungeon. Normally you don't have access to the Alchemy Pot because the wagon and King Trode stay outside of the dungeon. But here Trode actually comes with you.
Close to War has been hibernating. He's in an eternal sleep, and someday he'll return.
In terms of plot, we come to Trode because we need answers. So we found a boat in the desert, right? And we came to the Trodeane Library to try to find answers on if we can get the boat out of the desert. And we didn't really find much on how to get it out, but we did figure out that where the desert was, an ocean used to be. And we're kind of stuck there. Which has led us back to the Moonshadow Land to Ishmari, and we're hoping that Ishmari, much like he did, bring the memories of Pavan's queen back to life, that he can bring the memories of the ocean back to life so we can get the boat out of the sand. And this task is too great for Ishmari currently. So he asks us to find him the Moonshadow Harp, which has the power to do the task we seek. Which goes back to us helping Pavan. Now that we're in Pavan's favor, we're going to go back to Skantha and ask him if we can have the Moonshadow Harp to do the thing Ishmari needs. Why do we need the boat out of the desert? Because we need to get to the western continent, and currently, because monsters in the ocean are the most agitated they've been, as stated at some point in the story, all public boat travel between the east and western continent has been denied. So the only way to traverse between both continents is to have your own boat. I also see Trode tinkering at the Alchemy Pot again.
We have to go rest at the inn to set time of day again, because, you know, Pavan's back to being happy again, so he's not a night owl any longer. The only way to talk to him is during the day, so we'll set the time of day so we can go talk to him and ask him for the harp. And what he ends up saying is, sure, you know, you helped me out so much, I'll give you the harp.
So, it is
Yvonne's gonna take us to the castle treasury, which is hidden underneath this fountain by throwing a jewel to reveal a hidden passageway to get to the bottom of the castle. And we're gonna go down this tunnel to find that the entire treasury of the king's castle has been ransacked and robbed completely.
What I love most about this cutscene is that Pavan is like so angry about what occurred. And he's like, you mustn't go after them. Don't go down there. I'll send the castle guard.
It must be the work of thieves.
It appears that the culprits could still be. It's too dangerous for you to go after them. You mustn't set foot inside.
He's like, I'll go get it. Mark my words. He's like, don't go inside. The first thing that I do is like, all right, dude, later. And we out. Now we're gonna navigate these tunnels.
And he never comes back. That's the last you'll see of Pavan outside of cameos.
It's like, you know, when Dad said he was coming back with that milk.
I too would like to see the castle guard handle this problem.
I am out of holy waters. I didn't have enough. Oh, I'm gonna have to deal with a couple of random encounters here soon.
Yeah, this is the Mole Cave, I think this dungeon is called, or Mole Hill or something.
Mm-hmm.
So this dungeon isn't too straightforward. There's a lot of twists and turning pathways you need to go down to, and some of them loop back in on themselves, so you can get lost pretty easily. There's a map somewhere in here, but don't remember where it is. Thankfully, we don't need it.
Yeah, it's that first chest that was up. You kind of saw it briefly whenever I had the camera turned at a weird angle. Alright, so now we're going to start getting random encounters because I'm out of holy waters. But luckily for me, I can just run away from all of them because I'm high enough level. It's not the worst thing in the world, it's just annoying. I thought I was going to have enough, but oh well. I end up with 2 extra encounters.
Yeah, thankfully this is another dungeon where if you know where you're going, it's quite short.
And I didn't get ambushed, which is also nice.
I'm cat jamming?
I'm ready.
All right. How do I want to do this? I want to do.
Yeah, so Don Mall here, his first turn is always the same thing where he's going to do a performance. And this performance can do a plethora of things, and it also affects the ads that are around them. The worst thing to see is it confusing your entire party, which can happen. Hopefully it does nothing. We're hoping for the best here.
Nice.
Easy clap.
Having the soul moles confused is good.
He confused his whole party. And at this point in the game, we don't actually have a way to cure confusion. I don't think Jess can just yet. So if you get confused, you kind of just stand there and wait for it to wear off.
Ow.
Yeah, so since no one got confused, this is going to be another fight where we oomph everyone and then tension as high as we can.
We only actually oomph gangs.
I thought you oofed Angela too.
You can't with the new stuff because you have to take 3 turns in order to kill all the soul moles with bang. So you just have to do. You only have enough time to do one oomph.
Yeah. Alright, so aside from the oomph, Jessica's gonna be casting bang non-stop just to kill the soul moles. There's no other real good way to kill them. Because they're in their own groups, you need to do AoE attacks that it's hit everything not in a group. And right now I think bang is our only option. If we grinded liquid metals, if we grinded 10 liquid metals in Trode, we'd also have Zap, and Zap takes care of the moles really well.
Don Mole should die from this parallax. I was wrong.
Yeah, again, for this point in the game, we're actually, like, we're still pretty high level for Don Mole. He's more of a threatening boss than Trap Box is, but not by a lot. It really mostly depends on that first performance, but since nothing happened for us that first performance, it went really well. Good fight.
I was off by a little bit, but still a solid fight. Alright. Dig Dug.
Dig Dug. Dig Dug, 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 dig Dug.
I don't know why.
Trio.
I don't know why, but I just love listening to them talk. Yeah, we just need somebody in the background singing trio, trio, trio. Alright.
Glad we speak mole. That was very helpful.
So, head to Paragon Key again. This is just because there's 2 reasons why we go to Paragon Key. One, it's the closest that we are to the inn from the spawn point after zooming. And second, it's the cheapest. in. That's also the closest to where we spawn in from the zoom point. So it's just very convenient to zoom here before zooming back to Trodain.
Yep. Yeah, and to visit the Moon Shadowland, it has to be night. There's, aside from getting our MP back, this is the whole reason. Need to sleep. Now we can bring the Moon Shadow Harp to Ishmari, where Ishmari can bring the memory of the sea back to life and bring the boat out of the desert. This is another really good bathroom break on the run, especially if you're using a turbo controller.
I'm not. My turbo controller that had good diagonal movement doesn't work anymore. And I haven't been able to find another one. My retro store that normally has them has the good controllers that have the diagonal movement, but don't have the turbo function attached to them. Also, I'm going to get an encounter here because, again, I don't have holy water.
Also, I don't think that's something we've brought up before. For the PS2 version of this game, turbo wasn't allowed for a very long time. And only recently we started allowing turbo again. Or allowed turbo in the first place.
Community-wide. In terms of Dragon Quest, most of the individual Dragon Quest and Dragon Warrior communities had their own separate polls to basically gauge the community's interest and find out what they wanted to do and what they wanted to not do in terms of turbo controller allowance or not. And
Please.
The DQ8 community, comprised of like the 7 of us or so, all decided collectively that turbo should be allowed for the PS2 version. And because it doesn't really change too much. Sure, you get first frame skips on every single text box, but it doesn't make glitches easier. It doesn't make anything like that simpler. It's just a nice quality of life thing.
Yep. It also makes like this cutscene in particular. Do you have this whole? If you're turboing, you have this whole cutscene for a nice break.
Something that I did want to ask, Penta, since I see you in chat, something dawned on me earlier in the run that made me think of a way to possibly make what I'm going to be doing here very shortly a little bit easier and more consistent. And it has to do with how you can, in that one ladder in Trodain Castle, where if you enter first person mode and then exit first person mode really, really quickly, the ladder collision stops working. I'm wondering if the same situation will occur for what I'm about to do. I'm gonna test it really quickly. We're gonna do live marathon testing of something, but I don't think it's gonna do anything, but it was something that I just thought of. But man, if it makes this work first try every time, oh, that's gonna be sick.
Man, soon we're coming up upon the epiphany of Dragon Quest VIII speedrunning's glitches. For the most part, we didn't really think we could do a lot in terms of actual, like, glitching in this game. And then within the last 2 months, We have found out that you sure can.
Yeah, like I said, I'll talk more in depth about what's occurring when everybody's kind of really confused as what they're looking at on screen. And it's literally within the next 10 minutes. We're gonna go do it.
Now it is time for us to part. I will sing to bless your journey on the ancient ocean, my children.
So, from what I have tested, what I'm about to do saves approximately 30 minutes over the old route.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
Approximately 30 minutes. But we're going to go ahead and get started. Like I said, we're about to regain control of the boat, and then shenanigans are going to begin.
Yeah, also something to know with the boat. We'll be moving normally with the boat. Diagonal movement, for whatever reason, doesn't work on the boat. It doesn't work on any... It also doesn't work on the Saber Cat, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. I don't actually know if I've ever done diagonal movement on a Saber Cat, because the last time that I got a Saber Cat was when I was doing casual playthrough. And yeah. And we're not casuals. All right, so before shenanigans start, I have to reset time of day again because it's currently nighttime, and nighttime is bad right now for what I need to do.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the time of day doesn't really work out for us, but... We need it to be night to talk to Ishmari, but we want it to be daytime right now. So there goes another, like, 20 gold. Just to sleep.
Night isn't bad, it's just night at this moment in time is bad. And yes, sub 11 may well be a very big thing. If I had the time to grind runs like I did 2.5, 3 months ago, I'm suspecting that I would have been able to pull out a sub 11 run. But I no longer have the time to grind runs like I wanted to. I don't know about that one. Anyway. We gotta go to pick. I need to go buy some holy water. I have to have some holy water. So, I'm gonna run to pick them really quick. This is also where I needed to zoom to anyway. It kind of sucks that I need to get holy water because now I'm losing daylight. Luckily, daylight and stuff passes slower while I'm inside of a city, so it's not the worst.
Also unfortunate that the general store in Pickham is located in the very back corner of the city. Yeah, and also, like, Hero's just a level or two shy of learning Holy Protection, which prevents lower level encounters from running into you. So we have to rely on the Holy Waters for now.
it's going to be faster for me to zoom back to pick them again. But, alright. Now that we have gotten our holy water, we need to head to the boat now. Luckily for us, the way that the boat works... I almost screwed up. Luckily for us, the way that the boat works is it will always spawn in the closest body of water to you, to whatever place that you've zoomed to. So luckily for us, if we run due south, there's a beach and there's the boat. This is going to put us in a very good spot. Like I said, we need the boat to get to a certain spot, and then we're going to do some weird stuff, and it's going to look really dumb what I'm doing, and then chaos. So, go ahead and get on the boat. And then from here, we are the southern coast of the east, of the west, no. We're the southern coast of the eastern continent. We're going to head due west. I'm going to start getting random encounters very soon. Like any second now, I'm going to get a random encounter. But, we're going to do our best to try and escape these encounters without dying. This is very sketchy.
Squid.
But we're aiming for a specific island. And it's this island that's straight ahead of us that has the mountain cliffs on the side of them. Not the one way back in the back, but this one that we're closing in on right now. We'll call this Island Shenanigans. We're gonna depart here, and then just it'll be easier for you to just watch.
Yeah, we're just gonna look out on the ocean for a bit. Admire the view, the beauty that the sea has to offer. I sure wish I knew how to swim.
No, the first person thing doesn't do anything. So this is like super precise what I'm trying to do here. And it may not work for a few seconds. I tend to get it better whenever I I first get out of an encounter. But yeah, so I just jumped out of bounds.
The bird. Shit, we're out of bounds now. Now you may wonder, what is the point of going out of bounds? Well, while we're out of bounds, if we continue to run in a certain direction, we'll eventually end up at a special place.
Hopefully I don't die.
A place where we're gonna do our grinding. Unfortunately, this is the scary part of the run. We're at a very high level place, or a place that's much higher level than us. So we actually have a chance of dying again if we fail on a freeze. But that won't happen.
Alright, so as we're out of bounds, we can continue to run. And the way that this game works really weird, and with how it handles situations like this. So the game has a failsafe in it, where in the event that you fall too far out of bounds and you hit the bottom of the void, the game takes you and teleports you to the top of the map, and then you continue to fall again. Well, the thing is if you fall and you continue to land in the void at the bottom, it just keeps teleporting you back up to the top over and over again. You can run around the entire time that this is occurring. So that's what we're going to go do. So that's why we're in the middle of the ocean right now, running around. It is very important that I continuously heal and keep myself alive. I want to get as far away from this island that I currently was on as quickly as possible. Please stop killing Jessica.
And thankfully, Angelo does have Raise, or Zing, so Jessica dying isn't the end of the world, like if we were at the baby metal grind. It's just more so, alright Angelo, just don't fail this 50-50 like 10 times. One.
Well, I guess
another thing he has to be mindful of is to not accidentally walk back in bounds. Because that can happen if you're not careful.
Ooh, this is bad. They really don't like my backline.
The copium mushrooms. And we do, since our NP supply is very limited here, we want to try to be as conservative with our NP as possible. Because if we run out of MP here and we can't do the things we need to do, well, that's a, like... We'd have to go back to the inn to sleep and heal and then redo all this.
Right, so luckily for me, I've gotten far enough away from the island that I was on that I will no longer get random encounters. The way that the game treats encounters is there's a whole bunch of these invisible lines drawn all over the world map. And as long as you are within these lines, you will get encounters for a specific table. And currently, I am in an undefined area because I'm standing in the middle of the water where I'm not supposed to be in an overworld setting. So there's some other things that I want you guys to remember. You remember earlier when I ran past the cabin side, that lakeside cabin with that little island in the middle of it, right? Because that area is near Pickham, and Pickham is the last place that I zoomed to, that area is also currently loaded into the overworld's memory. What that means is the encounters for that area, those lines are on the map somewhere. So that is where I'm currently heading. So if you want to take a look at the world map, this island that I'm about to run into, for those that know the late game, is Tyrant Gully. But because we're not supposed to be here at this time, Tyrant Gully's collision doesn't exist. So I can just basically fall through these mountains. So if I keep just heading in this direction, I'm very early here. Normally it takes me a lot longer to do that clip than I normally have. So I actually have to sit and wait for time of day now. Where am I? Okay.
Yeah, and this is why we slept initially, to make it daytime, because ideally we get here when night is falling, because we want to get to our destination at night.
As you can see, the sun is starting to set, so it's not... I won't have to wait too long. But... So, that because those lines that I was talking about, those encounter lines, exist over here by the lakeside cabin, and Pickham, the lake itself has a different set of encounter lines than the lakeside cabin area. So this area that I'm currently at is only accessible. Oh God, Angelo, please don't die. That is really bad. I have to go and do all of this over again now.
Yeah, that's the other bad thing with this. Angelo is your only source of zing right now. So if he dies, well, you gotta do it again.
I forfeit this. This is the worst encounter to forfeit too. Yeah, these guys really like my backline. Well, we get to do it all over again.
We're really close to our destination, too.
We made it to our destination. If I hadn't have gotten that encounter there, and all I had to do was just wait for time of day. Oh well. Gotta go back. And we gotta do it again.
Yeah, and this is the really volatile part of this run. This part in particular is so likely for you to die that if you have to actually do this zoom to revive Angelo, then your run is basically dead.
Yep.
Because having to warp back, raise someone, and then warp back to the island, redo the clip, and then walk back to your destination, in theory, loses you more time than if you were to just kill the liquid metal slimes and Trode.
The change in percentage for third and fourth slot of being targeted is about 5% difference, so it's not really a big thing. What do you need Angelo there for? He's my only source of res. He's the only person that has zoom. So,
and it's also not like a thing where like oh, we just leave Angelo dead for the grind. We need all 4 party members here to get XP from this grind.
Yep. So unfortunately, we gotta go back and do it again.
Yeah, since you only have 4 party members for this game, everyone has a role, and if someone isn't there to fulfill their role, then everything kind of just falls apart.
I have to go get more holy water, too. I bought 5, and I thought that was going to be enough. And it was.
It was.
That's not who I meant to put that on. Oh well.
Yeah, for those who missed the shenanigans, you'll get a second chance to see them. Hopefully with less Templar death.
Theoretically, I could have tried to grind for like 2 liquids. And then gotten access to Zing on Hero. Actually, no, he would have had to we had to wait till level 29 before he got it. Never mind. That wouldn't have worked.
This redo nullifies all the time save of the skip. Kinda, yeah.
But we're too far into it now. We gotta go for it. Well, it also depends on how quickly the grind goes. So basically the whole entire purpose behind getting to this island when we're not supposed to be is that at nighttime you can get an encounter that has 8 liquid metal slimes in it at one time. So rather than, you know, just get lucky forehead that we were doing in Trodain. It's now, well, just have more volume and you won't have to worry about not being lucky, right? So that's basically what we're doing. So right now, I kind of don't have a choice but to keep trying to get there. And hopefully the encounters are a little bit nicer. But it's RNG luck. Can't really do much about it.
Yeah, unfortunately with the way this game goes, this game is just, no matter how you go about this run, you're going to encounter RNG somewhere. And your run can still die to the liquid metal slime grind with this route. It's just less likely to die to the grind itself and more likely to die on the way there.
The time that it saves, though, is just way too much to not try it.
Yeah. Because like he said, ideally this saves about a half hour from yeah, it saves about a half hour off of the current routes that we have in our possession. Because in prior routes, the Trode grind with liquid metals is by far the one that has the most variance in how much time you can either save or waste. Sans the King grind, but that one's a little bit not as bad because of how the way Kings spawn there. So since we can cut most of the variance out in the liquid metal grind, you just save so much time that this is just, like, very worth going for, even if your run were to die then and there.
Because the change in chance isn't that great. Alright, there we go. Again, I got it relatively quick, so that's good. And we're gonna go kill. We're gonna kill 10 liquids, yes.
Like you want Angela, you want Jessica in the last slot just because she's a Squishiest member here. And you'd rather prevent someone from dying rather than I will take the death and try to raise and then fail like 10 straight things. Sometimes it is up to runner preference. Some runners will keep Jessica in slot 3 and Angelo in slot 4. Ashikawa, the Japanese runner who pioneered the sword route for the NA PS2 version, had Jess in the 4th slot. Or you could be a Giga Chad and put Jess in the 1st slot, but that's not exactly ideal.
It's really not. What I want to actually start testing is to see how much further west I would have to run in order to stop having encounter. Like, I don't know. If I could get out of bounds. If I could get out of the encounter lines faster. If I start, like, veering more west.
If you would to leave someone dead while you walk, it would just increase your chance of someone else dying.
Yeah, it's a fine balance. But like I said, the difference between slot 3 and slot 4 in terms of encounter targeting is like 5%. So it's literally 6 in one, half dozen in the other in my opinion.
ideally that happens where they just beat on Yangus and Hero since they're the tankiest members here. Yeah, that doesn't... Sometimes... You just have a bad day, you know?
Alright, we're far enough away now that encounters will stop again. So now it's just run northeast until we hit the mountain range, run straight east until we hit the cave, until we hit the lake. We don't have the money, TQ, for better armor. That's the problem. There's just... I haven't figured out a way to route safety into this yet. I haven't figured out a way to route safety at the least amount of expensive time.
Yeah, and you don't really upgrade your armor too much in this game. Not actually sure if upgrading your armor would actually be worth it for this point.
It would reduce the amount of damage that you're taking for sure, but your HP pool is still really, really low. So...
Yeah, like, if you flee from an encounter, like... Armor isn't gonna really help you out too much, especially for the level that the enemies are here.
So, to put it in perspective, the area that I'm running to, you're normally only able to get this encounter table if you have the Godbird Soulstone.
Funny you mentioned that, Falshi. Really, no matter how, like, with the different routes that DQ8 has available, your run is either dying 4 hours in, 3 hours in, or 9 hours in. It really just depends what you prefer. Because either your run dies to a different liquid metal slime grind, or your run dies after you beat Evil Jessica, and you have to farm kings in the Dragon's Graveyard.
Alright, so it's almost nighttime. I've almost made it back to the water. I am going to wait until nighttime before I force this encounter. So right here is where encounters will... I'm at the line where encounters will start again. I'm just going to wait here and fall infinitely for a few seconds until it gets dark. Which it's very close to being. Basically, once you start seeing the twinkling of stars in the sky, that's dark. So like right now. We'll run here into the lake area. We don't actually have to be on the island. I can be right here, just floating endlessly in the water. And this will work. And now the fun begins. Also, if you look straight ahead, you'll see like a random chest. You can't actually get to it. We don't know why it's there. You can't get to it though.
There's a lot of dudes.
So those bloody hands are the scariest things that you can find here at night, just because they do a truckload of damage to you. They also can call more. They can call backup, and they can call one of three things. They can either call another one of themselves, they can call an asylum bird, or they can summon an iron statue or stone statue, and all of those things suck really, really bad. But we're looking for a very specific encounter, and unluckily for us, we have yet to find it. Hopefully, within the next few, we'll find it. We'll see what happens. Hey look, there's one, but that's not worth going for. As much as that sucks, it's not worth going for that. We underflowed weight. It's not guaranteed. I was just on a really good lucky streak. Oh God, please don't. No, dude. The fact that I haven't gotten one yet is so bad. Well, we try again. This is why this route is super volatile. I do have a backup save. I do have a backup save that I can use if this continues to go the way that it's going. So we'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my my safety save and continue things that way. Yeah. Unluckily, Yangus are Angelo getting hit with two of the Angelo getting hit twice by the bloody hands is a damage roll whether or not he lives. And I got the unlucky roll. Why does it save 30 minutes? If everything goes well, it's just so much faster than how we were grinding before. I didn't buy any more holy water because I'm kind of running out of money. So we're just going to deal with it. Got one left, and that's gonna get me to the water. Surely the third time's the charm, right? I am getting good practice with this skip. But, man. I'm gonna get so many more encounters because I don't have any holy water left. So I just really hope that I escape first try out of everything. Yeah, so I could have went and gotten... It's really, really far out of the way, but there is a Yggdrasil leaf that I can get access to. So probably for the marathon safety, I should have gotten one. I should have grabbed it. But, you know, I didn't think it was, I didn't think it could be this bad. I knew it could be bad, but not this horrible. But, bright side, we're getting the skip consistently, and we get to see this really wacky stuff over and over. So hopefully this time, third time's a charm. And we can get this stuff. Luckily, I don't have to deal with encounters that are mega scary anymore. So these are all encounters that would happen outside of Pick'em. And because of that, I can escape from them. I'm just going to end up getting a whole bunch of them. Ambushed. Can't curse me. Just got to deal with a few more random encounters until we get to where we're supposed to be. Alright, so now we're back in the bad area. And these gold golems could easily kill me. Ow. Alright, now we just wait till nightfall again. Hopefully, we don't die again. It won't be so bad if I can get 1 or 2 kills under my belt. If I can get 1 or 2 kills under my belt, and it just makes things better. Because I'll have so much more HP. Alright, I think it is good enough. Yeah, this should be fine. Here we go. Yes. What I'm looking for only spawns at night. So this island is only normally accessible after you get the Godbird Soulstone. This is not worth taking.
The game disagrees.
Unfortunately, that's just not worth taking because those dang on hands just do so much damage that I would not be able to kill them before they kill me. Can't take this one either. There's one specific encounter that I'm looking for where it's just all liquid metal slimes. And that's what we're aiming for. Like this one.
Oh, baby. This isn't quite the Poggers encounter, but it's pretty close to it.
See, even if 2 of them run away, or even if 3 of them run away, you still got 2 left. And I have 2 chances to crit. So, there's 1.
Yeah, use posture.
And then there's 2.
Nice.
And then it's a bunch of leveling up. So this is the reason why this is so good. Four staves. 47 staves. 48 whips. All right. 2 down, 8 more to go. This is worth fighting. The toads don't do too much as long as their backs, they're facing frog form. Oof. One stayed a second turn. Both stayed a second turn.
The VOD should be uploaded to YouTube, I believe.
Number 3. Oof.
kill the frogs? That's my question. Oh, I guess we'll find out.
Yes.
Man, I sure love it when Hero stabs his spear right through an enemy's face and does 0 damage.
Bro. Come on, hit a crit. Neither one of them want a crit. I can't really be doing this.
That's one frog. Now for the other. Oh. Alright, that's one way to kill. That did a lot more than I thought it would. Not gonna lie.
Those frogs have a weakness to fire.
Oh.
So 50 tension is probably way too much, but you know, never could be too sure.
Yeah, something not touched on in the game that the game never tells you. And this I'll say this for your party members. Your party members all have a element they resist and an element they take more damage to. Hero resists fire and takes more damage to ice. I think Yangus is the reverse of that. And I don't remember Jessica or Angelo.
Jessica doesn't have any resistances. Angelo resists ice. Hero resists zap. Yangus resists fire. I think.
Yeah, I thought it was Yangus resists fire, Hero resists ice, and Angelo resists lightning, but I'm probably wrong.
I honestly don't know because the game doesn't tell you.
Yeah. I know for sure the one where Hero takes more damage to ice, just because Ice Breath is actually pretty scary.
Alright, another gaggle. Only one stayed, but as long as I can kill this one, it's good. But the way that Hero and Yangus are critting right now doesn't give me any good hope. Okay, Yangus. Thank you. You shut me up. That fight got very Maka-esque very quickly. Because those Stone Guardians can one-shot my tanks. Yes. The risk outweighs, or the reward outweighs the risk. Because you can get an encounter that has 8 liquid metal slimes in a single encounter, versus there's only one encounter and one formation in Trodain that can have a liquid metal slime, and it's a single liquid metal slime. This is leaps and bounds better. It's just way scarier.
Thanks, Axel. Yeah, I was fairly certain all the party members resisted something. I just couldn't remember what. We will never touch King Metal Slimes in this route. This route, with killing 10 liquid metal slimes, we never actually have to go anywhere near the Dragon's Graveyard. Which is really nice, because, like, the Dragon's Graveyard seems super accessible, but, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's actually a pretty big time dump to go out of your way to start the side quest, and get to the Dragon's Graveyard in the first place. So if we can cut out the Dragon's Graveyard entirely, then that's pretty nice. Which is what older routes, an older liquid metal slime route used to do.
This is most likely dead.
That'll be fine. Damn.
Like I said. Oh!
No, see?
We got out.
Yang has dislocated his jaw, but you know what? No harm, no foul.
Here's the other problem, though, is I am very close to being out of MP. So I really, really need a good encounter here, or I'm gonna have to pull up the safety save. Because I just don't have enough, I won't have enough time to come back and do this again. What if I use my medicinal herbs instead? I mean, I could. But it's not that much in terms of healing potential. There it is.
Hey, that's the encounter we want to see.
So hopefully they don't all run away. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 7 stayed. I just need Yangus and Hero to, you know, get him with the pointy end. Alright, Yangus is doing his job. Okay. Alright. Only one more ran away. Come on, Hero. Just...
Surely this one dies.
Okay. Unfortunately. But hey, we're a little bit closer. Ooh, that's not good. I forgot Padfoot's now there. Well, we got another one. What level do I have to get to? I just need to kill 10. So far we've killed 6. I have to just kill 10. That's the goal.
Yeah, right now we're not looking for a specific level, we're just looking for a certain amount of kills. Because when we actually traverse the Western continent, even after all this leveling, we still can't really avoid encounters.
I don't have the MP for this game, come on. I might just have to... leave this grind early. Because Hero keeps missing crits. He's missed almost all of his crits. Yangus is out of crit skills. If I can kill one more with Hero's last crit skill, we'll be fine. He's got one left.
Thankfully, it shouldn't come down to it in this route, typically, like for a PB attempt. Thankfully, you can do a supplement grind where you go kill more babies in an area that has a much higher spawn chance to spawn babies. So hopefully we can get the last kill we need and then go do that supplement grind.
Alright. Let's see what happens. Okay. I'm over an hour behind. Is it saved? No, but we can progress now. Even though it really sucks, but we can progress now. Tension should be enough, right? I lied. Oh God. Okay, this is where it's scary. I thought 20 tension would be enough, and it wasn't. Alright, we're safe. All right. So now that that's done, we're going to have to supplement the rest of our grind at the Royal Hunting Grounds, unfortunately. But, you know, can't do anything about it. The run continues, though. The boat's not here. The boat's outside. The boat moved inside. There's not much you can do other than just deal with it. I didn't. Only got 8. Was only able to get 8 before I ran out of supplies. But hey, it's alright. I was heading the wrong direction there for a second. Yeah, unfortunately, luck was not on my side for a lot of this run.
Never has been.
Never will be.
Alright, well, now that that grind is somewhat done, like we said before, we'll have to supplement the other 2 liquid metal slime kills by killing baby slimes, which isn't too bad. The place where we're going to do that has a chance of 10 of them spawning in a row.
8.
8?
Yep. 8's the max number of enemies in a single encounter that you can get anywhere in the game.
But yeah, and that'll be right before we enter the Royal Hunting Grounds. But first we're gonna take care of some busy work first.
Yep, so now that we're here at the Western Continent, things kind of go back to normal. In a sense. We're gonna... hit story triggers, progress our way to the next boss. Which is in fact the Great Argon Lizard. But there's a lot of stuff that we have to do between now and then.
Yeah, and a lot of it seems like out of place and random, but it has a purpose for us doing it now. It's also some of the stuff that we have to do anyway, because some of it is story triggers. But first we're gonna head to the city of Arcadia.
Argonia.
This Argonia?
Hmm? Argon? Argonia?
Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
I'm trying to think what I'm thinking of.
Arcadia is the next area. Arcadia is the stone builder's place.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, yeah. So we're gonna enter Argonia for the zoom point, so we can zoom back here later. We're gonna go in and then leave immediately, because we don't actually have anything to do here right now. Fisticuffs on Yangus is to teach him thin air attack, and Fisticuffs on Jessica is to teach her stone throw, and to give her an increased chance of critting metal slimes.
The one thing that I do have to go grab here that's pretty far out of the way, but is 100% necessary and required. This is way over here in these forests.
This is the life ring, I believe.
It turns into a life bracer, but it's a prayer ring. It is very easy for new players to get lost in these woods. This is where using your compass is super convenient. But basically you get to the point where you just kind of know where you're going. But that chest up there at the top of the hill is where I'm aiming for.
And trying to explain to new runners where the heck this chest is through text is an absolute nightmare.
I've tried multiple times to do that. Alright. Is there a timestamp chart? Not really. I haven't made one. Alright, so for right now, we're gonna head and put the prayer ring and that life seed that we picked up earlier in the alchemy pot. And that's gonna start cooking for a little bit. Why do that when there's a free one on the hill? Confused for a second. I got turned around ever so slightly.
The casino is also closed right now until, right? Until you
Yep.
do the cash and carry side quest.
I would have to do all the cash and carry side quests or wait till endgame. And it just naturally reopens.
Oh yeah, one of them wins anyway, even if you don't help either.
My time of day is not good right now. Should have reset time of day, but I didn't. Hopefully I make it to Baccarat before nightfall.
Yeah,
I
so
got it.
Baccarat is our next destination city. This is where the next major story trigger is involving Dual Magus. And this place is weird because there's multiple cutscenes you can hit here, but only one of them is required to hit. And it's the cutscene where the bartender and one of the butlers are gossiping about the death of Golding. Until you hit that cutscene, Dual Magus actually never goes to the island just north of here, where eventually you're going to have the showdown with him.
I might make it, but it might change time of day as soon as I get in here. I want to get in here before nightfall because the weapon shop closes at nightfall. As long as I can do that, then the rest of it, yeah, as soon as I walked in, I knew it.
There's also no inn here in Baccarat, I think.
There is.
Yeah, we wanted to buy a poison needle. Not for Jessica. We wanted to buy it for the bag, because we need it for an alchemy recipe that we're going to be making soon.
I thought it was down here, but I'm mistaken.
It might be in the... like, by where the Golding house is.
Oh no, it's right here.
This place is an inn?
Yes. Apparently I didn't stay in the first room long enough because the dude never spawned. So unlucky because I lose more money. My money is I'm really far behind in terms of cash right now, so things are not looking excellent.
Yeah, and just to note, just because the money isn't as tight doesn't mean we have gold to waste. There's still stuff we need to buy from the shop, which is why we're making items in the Alchemy Pot for the sole purpose of just selling it for a bunch of cash.
Alright, so back into this place. Gonna run behind the counter here and grab this chest. Grab a ruby of protection. Run up the stairs here and hit that story trigger that Flutter was talking about with the gossiping.
Okay, so tell me what... well, but Mr. Golding was... I didn't... I also heard that...
Yeah, this cutscene leads you where to go next. What the game wants you to do is actually go to the basement and get more details from the bartender. But funny enough, you don't have to do any of that. You also never have to see cash or carry. So for all intents and purposes, Golding is just some dude that died. And we kind of just don't care about any of it. But now we can head to the Dark Ruins.
We're not going to do that just yet, though. We're going to go to Simpleton next. I have to let the Alchemy Pot cook for a little longer.
I thought you still went here first and then did this after.
Nope. We go to Baccarat, get the poison needle, grab the dancer's costume, the ruby of protection, hit the cutscene, come to Simpleton. From Simpleton, we run west and then south to get to the boat. Where the boat's currently parked is really close to the center island of the world, which is Holy Neos Island. That's where I need to go next. Alright,
so
Dory,
yes, the
take care.
the cash and carry stuff is a complete side quest in this game.
From Simpleton, we head to Neos Island. From Neos Island, there's a chest on the top of this hill that I need to grab. I'm also very much debating if I want to kill Goldman for the gold coin.
Can you?
Yeah. Gotta treat him like a boss. I don't think I need to.
Might be a little excessive.
I should be fine. We'll find out, though. Boom. Get the recovery ring. Now that we have the recovery ring, I take that item that I just picked up, which was the agility ring, and I mix it with that bandana that I've had for the longest time. This is going to make the Mercury's bandana. There's Goldman. I'm very much debating if I want to fight him or not. I don't think I need to, but I don't actually know yet. We head over here to the weapon shop. We're gonna finally put a weapon on Jessica. Get rid of this ruby of protection and this dancer's costume. And we're gonna buy the chain whip. Yeah, it's gonna be close. Grab this bag that has a spicy cheese in it. Grab this chest that has a seed of skill in it. Alright, so now that we've done this, now we zoom back to Baccarat. So basically all I'm doing right now is I'm hitting a bunch of zoom points while letting the Alchemy Pot run. I need the items that are in these Alchemy Pots in order to progress. So I'm making good use of my time by taking care of getting some zoom points while I have the opportunity and simultaneously burning steps. So now we head north up here to the Dark Ruins.
And here when we dock on the Dark Ruins, we're gonna find a traveling mercenary group, kind of. They were hired by Cash and Carry to try to find their father's killer and avenge him. They're not going to get very far, however. Because currently, when we go to the Dark Ruins and we try to go inside, we'll be unable to traverse the Dark Ruins and get sent back to the entrance. Some mystic magic placed upon this place by Dwelmegus is preventing people from entering and finding him. So we need to go on a side quest, which is really a main quest, to be able to break the spell and actually traverse the Dark Ruins. This is where Argonia is going to come into play, because that is where the mirror that we want is located.
The magic mirror. A staple key item in most Dragon Quest games.
You never...
Alright, so now from here, we definitely do go back to Argonia. Let's see if I have enough money. It's gonna be close.
If not, there's a few things you could probably pick up like that, yeah. Unless that's already routed in for this.
It is.
Well.
So is this.
Well, time to loot the castle, I guess.
Oh yeah, I am grotesquely short.
The 3DS version of this game is very good.
I am 600 gold coins short. So... Alright. I'm gonna have to go kill... I have to go kill Goldman. Because I'm a lot more short than I thought I was. I'm 600 coins short. If I was like 100 or so, that's fine, but I'm way too far behind in terms of gold. I have to kill Goldman.
Yeah. So this is like worst case scenario backup strat that you have to kill this guy. Hopefully it's not too bad. We just gotta treat him like he's an actual enemy.
Okay.
Jessica leveled up. Wowie clap.
That was a net gain of 1,200 gold coins. But yeah, that's like worst case scenario. You got to take that. I knew I should have just killed him whenever I had the first opportunity.
I didn't think you were that behind, but...
I mean, I had to
here we
res
are.
Angelo 3 times. Alright, so we're not even going to equip the battle axe. We're just going to put it in the... Oh, I didn't sell.
So we buy the battle axe because we're using it for an alchemy recipe. We're going to make the bandit axe, which is going to be Yanks' axe of choice for a majority of the run until we actually get the Godbird Soulstone, and that actually gets us access to Slime Hill, where we can get his best axe in the game for relatively easy. Alright, so since Keanu has to do a supplement grind for baby metals, similar to when we first farmed baby metal slimes, we're gonna put all our equipment in the back. Because even though we have access to a plethora of crit skills, it's still a bit more beneficial for us to kill baby metal slimes with holy waters, rather than rely on crit skills.
To an extent, yeah. All right.
Alright, so this is the king of Argonia. He's going to, first we're going to meet him, and we're going to ask him about the magic mirror, and if we could use it. He's going to deny it to us, because the magic mirror is a family heirloom. But, we're going to make a deal with him. If we can help his son complete the initiation his son needs to do to become the next king of the throne, then he'll let us take the magic mirror. However, his son's name is Charmels. For lack of a better words, is awful. And a spoiled brat.
Vital. What is it?
Those are accurate words.
So we have to help this bratty kid obtain an Argon heart, which can only be found from Argon lizards, so he can complete his initiation.
Problem is he's deathly afraid of lizards, and he has locked himself away in a room, so rather than us try and figure out what room he is, we're just gonna come up here. We're gonna grab this chest with a cloak of evasion in it.
I'm just looting the castle. No big deal.
We're gonna send
Alright,
Munchie
and now-
through this hole.
Now we get to play the best minigame in Dragon Quest history, Lizard Golf.
Can I get the 2-putt?
Oh, looks good.
Nope.
Yeah, nice, nice lizard.
This is the worst minigame in the world if you don't get it the first try. Alright, there it is.
I think that's an eagle.
At one point in time, Vinny Postal War was so good at Munchie Golf that he could swag. He could do swag strats where he would push the lizard the first, because you have to push it twice. You can't get it in one. So he would push the lizard once, and then he would walk up and he would push the lizard a second time, but he would bank shot it off the wall before it would go in. And it did absolutely nothing other than it was just, you know, the swag strat.
Yeah, so that is Charmelay, or Charmels. He actually has a portrait of him here in the castle that we walked past, but we didn't get a good look at. And it, very much, is more flattering than his actual appearance. Also, Jessica. That is the end of the sentence.
Well, let's actually take a look, huh? That's not Charmless, by the way, in case you were wondering.
It's not?
No, that's Clavius.
I like it more if it's Charmless.
Sorry to burst your bubble there. No, that was King Clavius. The current king. Heroes. So, spoilers. Hero's dad looks just like Hero.
Make good.
There's a picture of Hero's dad in Argonia. That's a little bit hard to see.
Him from the future.
There.
Yeah, now that we've accepted the burden of King Clavius' son, we're gonna head over to the Royal Hunting Grounds. And in front of the Royal Hunting Grounds, there's actually a spot that spawns 8 baby metal slimes in a row, and this is where we're gonna do our supplement grind. Ideally, especially in this run, you wouldn't do this at all, but since the slime luck has been bad, like worse than bad by a large margin,
I am
we're
turned
kind
around.
We're kind of forced. Yeah, we're kind of forced to do this.
I took a wrong turn. I hugged a wall and got lost for a hot second. Hopefully I can get there before the sun sets, because if the sun sets, then we're in a problem. Because the baby metal slimes only spawn during the daytime, not at. So.
Is the house not in front of the Royal Hunt? Is the house in front of the Royal Hunting Grounds an inn?
Is just don't want to use it.
Yeah.
Alright, so now we're gonna look for these baby metal slimes. We need to kill 15 of them to make up the experience points I'm missing. There's 2. Not gonna fight them though. Not worth the encounter if they both decide to run away. That's the encounter we're looking for.
So it's 15 because 7.5-ish baby metal slimes make 1 liquid metal slime. And this should go pretty quick.
Theoretically.
Copiumly. One, baby. Yeah, thankfully this is the last metal slimes that we'll have to do in the run. Wow.
Okay. I got 2.
2 out of 8.
Not great, but what can you do?
Yeah, so hopefully we see more of that.
Well, not the part where I only killed 2. Maybe the part where I kill like 5 in an encounter. Three is worth making an attempt at, I guess.
Especially when they all stayed. Also, yeah, Intimidate does work here.
Well, that's
very
not what
useful.
I meant to do.
Sap.
Holy waters are still pretty effective at killing these guys.
Yeah, and thankfully for this part, we can actually, we don't want to, because we don't want to be here longer than we absolutely need to. But we can pretty much waste as much MP as we want and not worry too much, because we'll actually get a full heal right before the boss of the Royal Hunting Grounds.
Also, escaping here is much safer. The enemies are much safer. I'm so far ahead in terms of experience points where I should be at. Like if I was playing casually. But be that as it may, I still have to get 11 more of these suckers. And we're here until we do. So a little bit more comfy. And then it's the boss, it's the final boss rush. Final boss rush is in the next 6 hours of the game.
Yeah. I guess the nice-ish thing about doing the grinding this way is that after you kill the liquid metal slimes you need, it runs in probably in full go mode. Where it's just boss after boss after boss. And it's nice for the speed. Kinda sucks if like you need to take a break, because there aren't many opportunities for a break once the run is in full go mode.
I did axes of evil. That's smart.
About to say you almost did it again.
I did. I love killing things in pairs, apparently. I'd honestly like to preserve a little bit of Hero's MP so that way I can use multi-thrust. But, you know, if I can't, I can't.
The hilarious part of all this is that with Hero whiffing so many crits, this isn't actually the last place we'll need to rely on Hero's critting capabilities. There's a boss later on in the run that heavily relies on how many crits Hero and Yanya's can dish out to get through it quickly. So that'll be fun.
I really do. Apparently I can only kill things in pairs. That's 8 though.
Yeah, so we only need 7 more. Hopefully we see the line of 8 again.
Would be nice. difficulty. I can only kill them in groups of 2.
First.
I don't want 7 frogs, I want 7 slimes. There we are. Broke the norm. I killed more than...
You killed 4?
I killed more than 2 that time. I killed 4. It kind of sucks though, because I do need 1 more. I need 1 more. I probably could get away with not having it, but knowing my luck, I'll get to Dual Magus, or I'll get to the end of the fight with the Great Argon Lizard, and and Angelo will be just a little bit short of his level up. Angelo has to hit level 30 off the tail end of the Great Argon Lizard fight. Alright. Surely I can get 1 of these, right?
Yeah. Look, they're just asking to be killed.
One of them just has to stay and then I'll be able to get it. Hey look, one of them stayed.
Wow, we clap. Alright, now Yangus crits too, even though he doesn't need to.
I'm gonna go for these crits.
I guess might as well.
No reason not to. $15 was the magic number.
It was 15 because since we only killed 8 liquid metal slimes instead of 10, we needed to kill 7.5-ish more baby metals to make up the difference.
So we got 16. That's definitely enough now. All right. We are done metal slime grinding for the rest of the run. Yeah, so if you do the math, one regular metal slime gives 1,350 experience points per kill. One liquid metal slime gives 10,050 experience for the kill. So iron helmet onto Angelo and equip. This onto Jessica and equip. This also onto Jessica and equip. This onto Hero. Equip. This onto Hero. This onto Hero. Alright. Oh. Well, I guess it's too late now. I was supposed to pull the bandit axe out, but oh well, can't do it now. I have to leave in order for me to pull it. And the damage difference isn't going to be that big a deal.
I thought you still had access to the wagon here.
Do I? I do.
I
Pull it
hear
out.
it. Yeah.
I'll just pull it now. Doesn't really matter.
Charmels did 1 damage.
Hey, that's
Let's
all
give
that-
it up for Charmels.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, so aside from being a waste of space, Charmels actually has a use here. He is a very, very good meat shield, because the Argon Lizard actually has a chance of attacking Charmels instead of us. So ideally, the Argon Lizard takes a bite out of Charmels, and then we kill it the next turn. And aside from that, Charmels has the chance of doing the massive 1 damage or 0.
He flees automatically turn 2. There we go. We're also going to make sure that we keep holy protection on at all times. Technically, I am not at the level cap for this area. Hero is not high enough a level to avoid encounters. But having holy protection on doesn't repel enemies, but it reduces your encounter rate.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Well, after not having holy waters while trying to run out of bounds and seeing how many encounters I got without holy water on versus how many I got with holy water on, it definitely does help. Not much, but it does make a difference. It's like, instead of getting 3 encounters in an area, you only get 2. I have no idea what happens if you beat the lizard in turn 1.
I think he T-poses.
Oh, damn.
Also, yeah, really quick, for this Argon Lizard, you actually have to go to it first and then get the bait. You can't get the bait first. If you try to get the bait first and then go to it, you'll get the cutscene of Charmels being like, hey, it's sleeping, and you'll just drop the thing, and it won't actually work. It's really dumb.
Wow.
Also, that was unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes the Argon Lizard goes complete Super Saiyan. I've seen that these Argon Lizards dodge every hit of multi-thrust and then a helm splitter. And you're just like, well...
Set.
Alright, so we were definitely... we were probably okay if we had left at 14. We were definitely good if we had just gotten 15. 16's definitely overkill. Because now I'm about 1,000 and a half experience higher than where I should be at for the run. But
yeah.
It never hurts to have more.
Yeah, so Angelo learned multi-heal earlier than when he's supposed to. Normally he learns it off of the Great Argon Lizard. Here you learned it a little earlier. Does it matter? Not really. Ideally, when we fight the Great Argon Lizard, we'll never cast a healing spell. Because even though we can't repel encounters in their entirety, we are still very, very strong for this portion of the game than what you should be.
Never forget the time when I was first learning this game. I got to that cutscene, and as soon as I regained control, I was holding a specific direction on my controller. And when I did that, the game got really, really confused, and it threw me off the ledge. So I had to run that loop all the way over again. That was fun. Oh baby, he did 1 damage.
He's 2 for 3 for damage. Charmel's on a roll today.
Oh. Ooh, double sap. Big damage. All right. Awesome.
But those...
Now that we're done metal slime grinding, we're done lizard hunting. Time for some cutscenes.
Yeah, so we're gonna pack it up for the day. Charmels is extremely exhausted for all the hard work he's put in, and requests that we make camp for the night. So we'll get a free heal before the next fight, and we're gonna wake up to Charmels trying to ride and tame Medea, This makes Trode very upset, and so does Medea, because Medea just bucks him off the horse.
Shut.
Or bucks him off her.
Stop.
And we get the best line from Yangus in the game. Sans core blimey.
We got one. I was picking me I was picking me some flowers when I saw. What?
Yangus, everybody.
Forget.
He's just picking some flowers that were inside of his head. Alright. Great Argon Lizard. Super simple fight. Helm Splitter, tension, accelerate, turn 1.
So this is a very simple fight. It's just gonna be 50 tension, fish for saps, and then kill in 1 turn. Should be over by around turn 4.
Helm Splitter, psych up. Boom. Hero.
Nice dodge. So this fight's fairly non-threatening, even like here in the speedrun. The worst thing she can do is she has a sweeping attack that can knock people down, and it's more of an inconvenience than it is harmful. It just delays the fight. But even casually, this boss isn't too bad.
Done.
That giant lizard was worth 2.5 metal slimes.
Stop.
And then she waddled away.
Theoretically, after really looking at my experience now, I could have gotten 13 kills.